My name is Francesca Giovannini. I'm the Executive Director of the Project on Managing the Atom here at the Belfer Center. I want to thank you all for joining us on what we hope will be a very special day for our nuclear community. We are convening today at the moment of great perils for humanity. The Russian invasion of Ukraine lingers on. The world faces real risks of accidental or intentional use of nuclear weapons. The delicate balance of terror established during the Cold War has never looked more delicate or terrifying. And for the first time in many years, public consciousness over nuclear weapons has finally been revamped. From the United States to Europe, from Asia to Africa and beyond, societies are scrambling for answers. Why are these nuclear weapons still around today? Who can protect us in the case of a nuclear war? To be sure, our community, the nuclear community, knew that the global nuclear order was in trouble way before the Ukraine war began. The future of arms control between the United States and the Russian Federation looked bleak months before this senseless invasion took place. The prospects for nuclear diplomacy in an emerging multipolar world turned gloomy amid worsening relationships between the United States and China. Advancements in North Korea's nuclear capabilities made us concerned about escalation risks in the Korean Peninsula, while the paralysis over the negotiations with Iran made us concerned about proliferation dangers in the Gulf and beyond. And most importantly, the divide between a world that rejects nuclear deterrence as a security paradigm and one whose very existence rests upon it is widening by the day. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, with its devastating human cost and its commanding media presence, is forcing a moment of reckoning within our community over the role of nuclear weapons in the 21st century and the future of nuclear deterrence in a world more technologically connected, but also more politically unstable and unpredictable. Much has been written over the years about nuclear deterrence, its role, its shortcomings, and a great deal of real important work has been done all over the world. Nonetheless, we believe at this historical conjuncture, much remains to be done to answer two fundamental and interrelated questions. How do we make sure that nuclear deterrence does not fail given the current geopolitical landscape? And what alternatives can replace nuclear deterrence and what conditions need to exist for these alternatives to materialize? To answer these questions and meet the urgency of the moment, we need a different way to leverage our best talent and our smartest thinkers. We need a platform that could bring together in regular interactions practitioners and nuclear scholars, technology companies and philosophers, human rights specialists and military strategists. This platform will leverage the best talent among generations, disciplines, and countries to challenge old assumptions and rethink nuclear deterrence today and in the future. So welcome to the Research Network on Rethinking Nuclear Deterrence. So good morning again. This research network would have never been possible without the generous support of one of the most influential foundations in this field. MacArthur Foundation has shaped this field, the scholarship that we produce, the policy we try to advance for years. And although the foundation is living, I think we need to take a moment to thank them for the incredible work they've done to support all of us for many, many decades. And today we are absolutely pleased to welcome Angela Schlater, the program officer of MacArthur Foundation, one of our best colleagues and friends who has really spearheaded this initiative. And I'm so pleased Angie could join us to share some of the thinking of the foundation behind the development of the idea of a research network, and also to share some of her own views about how this work will proceed forward. Angela, the floor is yours, and thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here with you today to celebrate the launch of the Deterrence Network. I'm Angie Schlater, a Senior Program Officer at the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation. I've had the pleasure of working up close with Francesca as she's created this research network, which I have no doubt will have an extraordinary impact on the nuclear field. As many of you know, MacArthur has been supporting international peace and security work for almost 4 decades, with a substantial portion of our $550 million investment focused on reducing the threat of nuclear weapons. In early 2021, we began planning to wind down our Nuclear Challenges Big Bet. As we concluded this program, we wanted to make some final investments that could help the nuclear field evolve and grow in ways that will make it even more impactful in the future. One key component of this capstone is the research network we are celebrating today. Through our grants to managing the atom at Harvard's Belfer Center, we hope to foster critical thinking on nuclear deterrence and elevate alternative strategies that may better support international peace and security. Your efforts to look beyond deterrence theory have never been more timely. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and their explicit threats has raised the risk of a nuclear detonation to levels we have not experienced since the Cold War. Even without a detonation, this conflict will likely result in losing significant ground toward non-proliferation as countries expand their nuclear arsenals in response to Russian rhetoric. Your insights and analysis as part of this research network can help the world rethink this dangerous and flawed approach in this critical moment. So thank you all for being a part of this network, and thank you to Managing the Atom, Francesca and Matt, for leading this important work. We're excited to see your impact in the years ahead.
Thank you so much, Angie. Now, I have not done all this work by myself. And in fact, I have been blessed to have the opportunity to work really closely with my boss. And I also have to say my mentor, Professor Matt Bunn, who has brought to this network an incredible amount of talent, expertise, really sharp thinking, and critical thinking as well. And so, Matt, I want to give you the floor so then you can say a little bit about how we think the network is going to work and some of the potential areas of focus. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for those excessively kind words, Francesca. And thanks to everyone for coming today. So we thought hard about how we should actually put this together, because it's clear that we don't have all the good ideas that are out there. As Francesca already mentioned, we see this work as falling into sort of 2 broad categories: understanding ways to reduce current nuclear dangers and exploring potential alternatives and supplements to nuclear deterrence in the future. So to do that, we're starting at least with 4 working groups. These will bring together both scholars and practitioners. You'll be hearing from the leadership of each of these working groups in a moment. One will focus on trying to understand the most dangerous pathways by which nuclear deterrence might fail and how those dangers could best be reduced. One working group will focus on how evolving technologies are changing nuclear risks and on the future of arms control, especially as it might apply to those evolving technologies, not only for nuclear weapons themselves, but for other technologies that might affect nuclear balances. One working group will explore the legal, ethical, and moral issues surrounding nuclear deterrence. And one working group will explore alternatives to nuclear deterrence, which could allow us to reach a world without nuclear weapons or to greatly reduce the role of nuclear deterrence in international affairs. Each of the working groups will have a portion of the overall money available to the network. So most of the funds that MacArthur has provided will not be staying at Harvard. They will be going out to the partner participants in the network. The working groups will decide for themselves which key topics to address, how to do their research, what products to produce. We will offer them all the support we can. By design, these working groups are both international and interdisciplinary, as we are convinced that these issues can't be successfully addressed with the ideas from only one discipline or from only one country. Nevertheless, it's clear that we aren't going to be able to include everyone who's doing excellent work in this field or explore every important topic related to nuclear deterrence. So I'm sorry to say that some of our closest friends and colleagues will probably not end up as members of the working groups. That does not mean we don't value the incredible work that you're doing. In parallel with these working groups, and partly in support of getting their ideas out, we're also working to put together a policy effort that will consist of key engagements with governments and international organizations. The network will be coordinated by a central group that will include the co-chairs of the working groups, a few of us from Managing the Atom, and a few other colleagues. We're also working to put together an advisory panel so that we can draw on some additional insights from expertise of additional practitioners and researchers around the world. The network will have a web page, and it will sponsor a range of publications from the different working groups and efforts. There'll be workshops, briefings, and the like. And we'll try to be as transparent as we can about what activities are underway. So let me turn it back to Francesca for the next phase of what we're doing here.
Thank you so much, Matt. All right, so we want to feature with sort of more attention and details some of the key questions, the research questions that will drive the working groups. And so we had the good fortune to have invited all the chairs, or at least almost all the chairs of the working groups who are going to attend today and just give us their thoughts about how they intend to actually drive the work forward. And so we prepared a few slides just to highlight some of the main research questions for each of this group. And I would like to actually ask Matt if you can put up the first slide, which is understanding and mitigating pathways to nuclear war. This is a working group that is going to be chaired by Dr. Manpreet Shetty and Matt Bunn here at Harvard. So I want to welcome Manpreet and Matt. And I wanted to ask in particular, Manpreet, if you can get us started with some of your thinking about what this working group will focus on, some of you think the research questions that will drive the work.
Thank you so much, Francesca, and hello, everyone. It's such an honor and a privilege to be part of this network. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for giving me the opportunity of co-chairing this working group with Professor Bunn, a person I've looked up to for many, many years. So Francesca, why this working group? And from what I've understood, we are talking about preventing nuclear war. The best way to prevent nuclear war is to not have the nuclear weapons at all in the world. But since disarmament is such a long way off and everyone is still attaching so much value to the weapon, we have to find ways of letting the weapon be around for some time, but to find ways of preventing nuclear war. I think we've moved away from, what Thomas Schelling in 2009 had written, that we seem to be in a situation of nuclear quiet between US and Russia. And that stability, therefore, is a status quo which should not be, tampered with in any way. From that nuclear quiet, I think we've arrived at a position of nuclear cacophony right now. And today, as we are speaking, the loose talk about the possibility of nuclear war is so much in the air. So therefore, this particular working group, I think, has such an urgent task to make sure that we are able to study the kind of doctrines, the force postures, the kind of arsenal buildup, the capabilities, which heighten the chances of possibility of nuclear war. I think that's going to be the key sort of central tenet of this particular working group, considering that there are doctrinal issues here. You know, the concept of limited nuclear war that seems to have come back into fashion, the idea of tactical nuclear weapons, which we were going to do away with, is back in fashion. China is expanding its arsenal. Nuclear modernization across nuclear weapon states is taking place. Dual-use delivery systems have come into the picture with the risk of entanglement. And new technologies are interfering with nuclear deterrence in ways that we've not understood up till now. So with all of this, the risk of getting into a deterrence breakdown situation, particularly inadvertently, I think is extremely high. And that is what this working group is going to focus on and try to understand what are the pathways and what can we do to plug those pathways, what kind of doctrines, postures, arsenals will work best. So let me stop here, and I'm sure Professor Bunn wants to add something to that.
Well, thank you very much, Manpreet. The reality is that in the states that have nuclear weapons, there are thousands of men and women working every day to try to maintain deterrence, make sure that it does not fail. And they have made, over the decades, tremendous progress in improving the safety, security, positive control over nuclear weapons. Moreover, the Cold War has ended. Nonetheless, there are still very real dangers of nuclear war, as several have said already today. And there are many disagreements, very real disagreements about where the most important dangers lie. For some policies, there's even disagreement about whether they increase or decrease the risk of nuclear war. So we disagree even about the sign of where things go. So how do we make progress? To help us understand better, one of the things we're hoping to do in this working group is to try to collect data from past nuclear near misses to understand what things made those events more dangerous, less dangerous, how those factors have changed since then and might change in the future. We might also look at what you might call simulated data from past nuclear war games, or we might interview senior decision makers about what things they saw as the biggest dangers. We'll try to look at several of the different regional contexts where a nuclear conflict could occur and look at the special circumstances in each of those places. And from that set of work, we will try to develop an actionable set of recommendations to reduce the dangers and work to convince policymakers of the merit of those recommendations. All right, let me turn it over to the next working group.
Fantastic. I have first a question for you both.
Questions first.
And then we will take also questions from participants, the attendees today. I want to go over first the working groups and then give really the chance to the scholars, the experts who are also joining today to ask questions. But the first question I have for you both is, how has the Ukraine war changed, you think, the approach that you are going to take on, particularly for this working group, or have like new topics arise in your mind because of the Ukraine war?
Manpreet, you want to start?
Okay, so, in the context of the Ukraine war, I'm swinging between two thoughts really, and I'm wondering whether others are also having a similar approach. So one is about the heightened perception of political utility of nuclear weapons as a result of what we've seen happen here, and whether more countries might be thinking about or rethinking about their own national security issues in order to feel that nuclear weapons somehow defend you better than just having negative security assurances provided to you. And the other thought, which is sort of, getting into me, is that about the perception of the military utility of nuclear weapons, which is so low, because the chances of your being able to find the right kind of a target where it will make sense to use nuclear weapons is really so low. So while the political use seems high, the military utility looks very low. And over a period of time, I think, considering that the backing of the military use is so important for political use of the weapon, that political use will also begin to come down. So I think this moment of the Ukraine conflict gives us an opportunity to bring this out to say, what is the purpose really of this nuclear weapon? And therefore, do we need the large numbers? Do we need the heightened capabilities that we seem to going towards? So recalling attention to the basics of nuclear deterrence, I think this moment could be a worthwhile, time to do that.
Thank you.
I'm afraid my reaction is a little darker even than Manpreet's, perhaps. I think we are faced with a Russian government that is more willing to take big risks, more willing to rip up its international obligations than we had previously recognized. And this is really, I think, overturning a lot of the global nuclear order. I think it forces us to rethink aspects of nuclear deterrence, nuclear arms control, prevention of nuclear accidents, security for nuclear facilities, practically everything that managing the atom works on, as well as much of the broader international scene, is affected by what is happening in the war in Ukraine. To me in particular, it makes some potential pathways for risk reduction much more difficult to achieve. I think negotiated arms control treaties are not going to get ratified in the US Senate anytime soon. And so we need to explore some non-treaty options for risk reduction. I think that there is going to be, if I am guessing right, a period of intense US-Russian hostility that will increase nuclear dangers and make the work of this working group, on the one hand, more difficult, but on the other hand, more urgent.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We will come back with more questions after we review the other working groups. Now, let me move to the second working group, which is Ethics, Law, and Nuclear Deterrence. It is going to be co-chaired by Professor Scott Sagan, Stanford University, and Professor Janina Dill at Oxford University. Let me turn to Janina and Scott to introduce some of your thinking about this working group and the work ahead.
I think Scott will start us off.
Well, I'm happy to, but it says that the host has stopped my video, so
Let's see
the
if we can get
technology
this fixed.
group needs to get onto this.
We didn't want to censor you, Scott, I promise.
Well, I can speak, but has asked you.
Let's see.
Good.
Oh, perfect.
I'm here. Great. Well, there are three major reasons why Janina Dill and I believe it's important for scholars and practitioners to be focused on ethics, law, and nuclear deterrence through our working group starting today. The first has to do with the evolution of the laws of armed conflict and their application. Over the last 50 years, the laws of armed conflict have permeated conventional military doctrines, operational planning, and the conduct of conflict, at least in many Western militaries. Yet nuclear doctrine and planning has, at least in part, been insulated from that trend. When the United Kingdom, for example, signed and ratified, or the United States signed but did not ratify the additional protocols to the Geneva Convention in 1977, they issued a formal declaration of a reservation saying that the rules of the treaty do not have any effect on and do not regulate and prohibit the use of nuclear weapons. That's a quote. The Chinese and Soviet governments in 1977, in contrast, issued no such reservations when they ratified the additional protocols. Since 1977, however, both governments in the UK and in Washington have accepted that the rules of distinction, proportionality, and precaution have become customary international law and are thus binding on states, all states, whether or not they have ratified the additional protocols. And in 2013, the Obama administration provided explicit guidance to the U.S. military, stating that the U.S. nuclear doctrine and operational plans will henceforth be consistent with the fundamental principles of international law. Yet tensions still exist between the demands of ethics and international law and nuclear postures in both states. Some U.S. officials, for example, most recently in international security, have argued that the United States maintains a right to target civilians under the doctrine of belligerent reprisal, even though that is prohibited under the first additional protocol. The legal standing of that provision therefore remains contested. Russia and China, meanwhile, have not explained how their nuclear doctrines could be consistent with their legal obligations. And the recent declarations about city targeting from both Russia and China evoke a deep gap between legal obligations and nuclear war planning. The second reason why we think it's really important to revitalize attention on ethics, law, and nuclear deterrence is that there have been major developments in just war theory since 1970s. In 1977, Michael Walzer's highly influential book, Just and Unjust Wars, had just been published. Walzer has only one chapter on nuclear weapons, but his idea about supreme emergency, that is, conditions in which normal ethical rules may be abandoned, was widely cited in the nuclear deterrence literature, and it was even influential in the 1996 International Court of Justice ruling on the legality of the use of nuclear weapons. And since that time, there have been major theoretical developments. Revisionist just war doctrine, for example, detailed in the work of Jeff McMahon, has challenged the moral standing not only of statesmen who start an unjust war, but many soldiers who fight in one. This has logically led to the moral permissibility, in theory, of targeting civilians who are leaders who start unjust wars and military officers involved in unjust wars. And to give another example of new developments in just war theory, Nita Crawford, now at Boston University, but coming to Oxford in the fall, has argued that anticipated but not wanted collateral damage creates more moral opprobrium than unanticipated collateral damage. These issues need to be addressed with respect to nuclear deterrence. And third, there's been technological revolution with respect to accuracy and a radical lowering of the yield of many, but by no means all, nuclear weapons, which raises at least the possibility of discriminate nuclear use. For example, the Polaris A-1 submarine-launched ballistic missile, deployed on U.S. submarines in 1960, had a CEP, a circle error probable, of 5,900 feet and carried a 600 kiloton nuclear warhead. That means that half the time, that massive thermonuclear weapon would have detonated over 1.1 miles away from the intended target, killing many civilians. The Polaris A-1 submarine, in other words, was an indiscriminate weapon. In contrast, today, the U.S. has deployed a nuclear weapon, the B-61 Mod 12, with a dial yield capability that reportedly reduces yield to 2% of the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima, generating less radioactive fallout, and could land within 30 meters of the intended target. Is this a good development? Or is this a bad development? How should we be thinking about that? Those are legitimate questions that need to be addressed. And I'm going to turn to Yanina Dill, who will discuss how we're going to be putting together a group of scholars and practitioners who will be both having some initial explorations, and then we'll dive deep into the topics that we collectively decide are the ones that research will help us address. Yanina.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you to the conveners of today's meeting for inviting us. We have two major objectives as part of this research group. First, we want to systematically investigate how law and ethics apply to nuclear deterrence in the 21st century. And second, we seek to articulate how, from a moral point of view, we think law should constrain and enable nuclear deterrence. To meet these ambitious objectives, we plan to assemble an interdisciplinary and cross-national team of scholars. Both Scott and I have worked in and with international law, analytical and traditional just war theory, political science, and security studies. In addition to inviting experts from these fields, we will seek to collaborate with scholars working on religious perspectives on deterrence. To get the expertise from diverse geographical backgrounds, and insight into the nuclear postures and legal doctrines of many relevant states, we will explore inviting scholars from India, Israel, and Pakistan, and scholars with deep expertise on China and Russia. As Scott already mentioned, we plan to start off our work by convening an exploratory brainstorming meeting in Oxford in fall to identify research questions, concrete questions. We consider some of the questions that are really important for this research agenda to be, for instance, whether we can sever ever the link between nuclear deterrence and the mass killing of civilians. What is the role in the technological developments that Scott just described around yield and precision for the legal permissibility of particular deterrence strategies? What are tensions between nuclear doctrine and planning on the one side and the laws of armed conflict on the other side? In this context, we will touch on the very contested theoretical question of how jus cogens emerges in international law and what its role plays in determining the customary status of prohibitions on belligerent reprisals. A prohibition that, as Scott mentioned, several nuclear states have articulated reservations to, but the status of which is now contested. We're also interested in how developments in law and ethics in the last decades influence perceived permissibility of nuclear deterrence in general and deterrence in specific contexts on specific threats in particular. And here we plan to take another look at the deeply controversial philosophical question of how the threat of moral wrongdoing, for instance, the threat of an unjustified nuclear strike, can impede morally permissible, even required political action. Russia's use of nuclear deterrence obviously raises this question with renewed urgency. Now, in answering these legal and philosophical questions, our aim is, as always, to produce rigorous cutting-edge scholarship that can provide new impulses for debates in security studies, political science, law, and philosophy, but we also seek to formulate actionable policy guidance.
Please press 1 to join the meeting.
Based on our past work in this area, Scott and I have actually...
You are in the meeting now.
Does everyone hear this?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm afraid so.
Okay, I'll continue. I'm almost finished anyway. So, I was just speaking of our ambition and hope to provide actionable policy guidance. And Scott and I have both done this in the past, partly based on our joint work. We've briefed policy practitioners in DoD in the United States, but also MOD here in the UK, and recently the Lord Spiritual that are part of the Church of England. So we hope to continue along this path to bring both scholarship and policy on the law and ethics of nuclear deterrence into the 21st century. Thank you.
Fantastic. I have a question as well for you both, and I wanted to draw in particularly on your last point, Janina, about policy implications. This is a question you probably expect from me. One of the criticism, of course, of looking at ethics is that nuclear democracies might be more vulnerable or more attentive, right, to questions of ethics and law, and nuclear non-democracies, might just pay lip service to the ethical concerns, but might actually not really follow suit with their commitment. So I'm wondering, how do you factor in this in how you think to engage non-democracies in this work, and also in terms of the policy impact that you think you guys are going to have? I imagine you don't necessarily have an all answer, but I would like to just push a little bit on how do you plan really to engage with countries like China, for example, or Pakistan in this regard?
Well, I would say that when Janina and I first discussed this, we were thinking we would try to have representatives of other nuclear states write similar detailed papers as the one that Alan Weiner and I recently published in International Security, outlining how the laws of armed conflict and legal commitments influence military planning. But we realized for some nuclear states that would be a extremely brief article, because it's not clear, as you suggested, that that they have had that impact. And seeing what's going on in the Russian war in Ukraine leads me to at least think that sometimes violations of the law of armed conflict are not just rogue officers taking actions on their own, but may actually be part of a policy of a government used for strategic reasons. So instead, we're going to be asking, at least tentatively, our thought is to asking scholars of those countries, but not from those countries, to analyze how their JAG Corps, the equivalents of legal officers within the military, deal with these kinds of questions. And you're right, it may well be that they need to be thinking about constraints that currently are not very effective, and trying to think about how we could make them more effective. And I would just, let's just add one note, is that to me it is the least plausible when we look at the Ukraine conflict today that the Russian military still could be a constraint on Vladimir Putin, in that we should be doing what we can, I think, quietly, not publicly, to persuade the Russian military that nuclear use in this conflict is likely to be illegal, and the United States and other Western countries have a long history of pursuing and punishing individuals, not just governments, but individuals who engage in illegal acts. And that could be one extra constraint on Russian military officers in terms of whether they would follow orders that they were given from above. That's a thin reed on which to hang nuclear non-use, but it's one that we should actually try to maximize its effectiveness as much as we can.
If I could just add briefly to this, I think it's clear that democratic accountability, public opinion, liberal values, these are the most important compliance mechanisms for international law and for moral principles. But that doesn't mean that I think we need to give up entirely on talking to non-nuclear states, particularly in the realm of nuclear deterrence. I think there's often overlap or convergence between moral imperatives and prudential considerations. I think Scott has already mentioned a couple around war crimes trials, but also the notion of precedent setting and the consequences of deterrence. So I think what will be important for us is to keep in mind that we want to articulate sort of rigorous and deep moral judgments, but we also want to articulate what one would call non-ideal theory from a philosophical perspective. So moral prescriptions that are adapted to the context in which they are meant to be heard, so that they actually can speak and address the relevant policymakers in the context in which they make decisions. And so that we can articulate, what is your incentive to actually, obey these laws, consider these principles.
Wow, terrific. Thank you so much for taking this very important work on, and really we are so happy that you have joined the network. So thank you so much. All right, let me move on then to the third working group. This is a rather large topic, and we have provisionally entitled the Working Group 3, Arms Control and Emerging Technologies. And to represent the really important work that this working group is going to do, we have Dr. Heather Williams. Heather, it's no surprise that you are leading a group on arms control and emerging technologies, right? I think everyone would expect to see you either part of the working group or leading, is given the extensive scholarship you have written on this. Could you tell us a little bit more about what the working group is going to do, the focus, research, anything you want to share?
Sure. Thank you for that, Francesca. Thank you as well to Professor Bunn and to MacArthur for this opportunity. I'm really excited to co-chair this working group. In my remarks now, I'm just going to highlight what I think are going to be some of our driving questions, talk through some of the activities of the working group, and then I want to point to what our desired outcome is, right? So what do we want this working group and the network to look like in when this all wraps up. But just to get started, I don't think I have to tell anyone in this room or on this call that we need new ideas around arms control. In Professor Bunn's opening remarks, he rightfully pointed out, arms control was in trouble before Ukraine. It's really in trouble now. And so we need those new ideas. Unfortunately, I think arms control as a discipline has been somewhat neglected in recent years. There are important exceptions to that. Many of you are on this call. Don't worry, I see you, and I'll mention those exceptions as I go through. But our overarching goal for this working group is really to generate new ideas. to encourage new scholarship, new thinking, and to loop together scholars across generations and internationally to work on solving these contemporary arms control challenges. So just to get started on kind of the questions that we're going to be looking at and the framing. So as Francesca said, this working group, it's on arms control and emerging technologies, but that is not arms control for emerging technologies. It is arms control as a standalone, emerging tech as a standalone, and arms control and emerging tech together. So this is a really big endeavor. It will include nuclear weapons issues. As many of you know, my approach to emerging tech is that emerging tech is neither good nor bad. It really depends on the application. So that's kind of the broad approach that we're going to take. We're also approaching arms control itself pretty broadly, right? Arms control does not necessarily mean disarmament. It can mean managing competition. So the overarching puzzle that we're looking at, we're all aware of the challenges to arms control right now. We have the breakdown of existing agreements, Russia's legacy of non-compliance, US habit of withdrawing from agreements in recent years, the current aggression in Ukraine, China's reticence to get involved in arms control, along with the challenges of limiting and verifying any emerging tech. And just as I listed those off, I was like, wow, this is a really big problem. Are we sure we want to try to do this? Yes, let's try to do it. But the puzzle here, I think, is that old models of arms control really struggle to help us explain any of these problems. And I think we can all see that in a lot of the literature that's coming out. So arms control needs a rethink, ultimately. Some of the potential research questions that I think this working group can address, but these should not be limited. This is just to get the conversation started. The first one is, what can the first principles of arms control tell us about contemporary arms control challenges? And so by first principles, I do mean going back to Schelling and Halperin and talking about strategic stability. But I also think we should be going back to Henley-Bull and looking at humanitarian and normative drivers. And obviously Nancy Gallagher and Nina Tannenwald have been doing really important work on this. So I think that some of that work has already started. But for example, Schelling and Halperin, they outlined options for unilateral and informal arms control. Arms control didn't always have to be treaty-based. It didn't always have to have verification. So if we go back to those classics, what can we draw from that? There's also a recent, in 2020, a dataless special issue, and James Cameron was one of many authors, but James wrote this, I thought, really great piece about what history can teach us about arms control. So getting more of those historical cases, I think, is also part of this first bucket of questions of looking back. Second guiding question, how might emerging technologies facilitate arms control? Can they improve monitoring and verification activities? Jane Vainman has addressed this in a recent award-winning article in TNSR about the security transparency trade-off. So again, I think that there's some initial thinking going forward with that that is definitely worth exploring and taking forward. And then the third bucket is, which emerging technologies should be the focus of arms control and risk reduction efforts? So are we going to try to cover all emerging technologies? And obviously defining emerging technologies is a really fun and difficult activity. Should we focus on AI and nuclear decision making? Should we focus on entanglement scenarios? So this is another area that I think is just really ripe for rich scholarship and thinking. Marina Favreau is one person who started thinking on this and wrote a report for King's College London last year on weapons of mass distortion, in which she conducted some original surveys and found that it was weapons that distort the information space that are potentially the most risky. So that's just one approach. I'm not saying that's the direction that all research should go, but just kind of one example. Another great example has been work by Amy Nelson on export controls and dual use technology. So again, I do want to flag and acknowledge some of the excellent scholarship that's going on out there. And these are folks that we all would really love to engage. So what will be the working group's approach? First, the plan is, it somewhat resembles Scott and Yanina's potentially here. So first, our plan is to establish a steering committee, which will be diverse, international, and cross-generational. And we will rely on that steering committee to help us identify what should be our main questions, but also who are the scholars that are working on arms control who we could involve in this. The working group will also draw on some of the proposals that I know were submitted to MTA over the past 6 months. So if you've submitted a proposal and you're wondering what's happening, we will be looking at those as well to pull in folks. Based on those discussions, we plan to commission at least 2 batches of papers and also to provide some research support. As I said, the authors, like the steering committee, will be international, cross-generational, multidisciplinary. Second stage will be the working group will hold some international events to workshop the papers. The main goal of these will be to develop papers for publication, but we also would be open to inviting a small number of government officials to observe some of these meetings, because we obviously want these to be engaged with contemporary policy challenges. So getting some government folks and policy experts involved at that stage, I think would be really beneficial, just to make sure we're coming up with practical policy ideas. And then last stage will be, hopefully, to publish some of the papers in a special issue or a collected volume. But really the idea is to foster new thinking all around arms control in a larger group. So the desired outcome of all of this will be to have at least 20 new papers and new ideas on arms control and emerging tech. And I want to pause for a second there, because for me as an arms control person, the thought of 20 papers over the next 24 months, 20 new ideas about arms control is incredibly exciting, right? There is a group of arms control folks, and I think we all know each other, who consistently write on it. This is going to be bringing in so many new ideas, so many new voices, and hopefully these ideas will include policy solutions. But I just think that generating that much new scholarship, having a robustness to it, diversity of views, is just incredibly inspiring and exciting. The new scholarship will look at the relationship between deterrence, tech, and arms control. It will also likely overlap and touch on some of the other working groups. As you can probably tell, there's already been mention of some overlap. So I definitely see us all working together in collaboration. And then also it should be coming up with new policy solutions. Whenever the war in Ukraine ends, may it be soon, the world is going to look very different. We might be going through an arms control dark ages, but this might also be an opportunity for new arms control ideas, for advancing new tools for crisis stability and risk reduction. And so we want to have those ideas and those tools at the ready when the time comes. So I just want to use my last 30 seconds to just encourage everyone in the room, on the call, if you want to get involved on this topic, would really love for you to reach out. Email address is heatherwilliams@harvard.edu, or just email Francesca, because this really is about fostering new ideas and getting different perspectives out there. So with that, I think I'll stop. But thank you again both so much. As you can probably tell, I'm extremely excited about this.
Thank you so much, Heather. You are such a great ambassador for this working group. I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, I wanted to go back to something you mentioned before, which is weapons of mass distortion. And you have done a lot of work recently on disinformation. And one of the things I'm thinking about is that often when we talk about emerging technologies, what we fail to understand is what are the actual impact on society, right? So your work most recently on disinformation, are you planning to bring it into the working group? And what are some of the things that I know you might not want to reveal, the publication is coming out, but some of the things that you think, the ideas that maybe can actually be brought in, they connect nuclear deterrence with the problem of disinformation today?
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. So I have done a lot on disinformation. I have a few views on it, which I can share, but I really do want to stress that I think it's important that this working group, I don't see this as the co-chair's show. It's very much going to be collaborative, and it depends on what's out there. So if arms control scholars are much more interested in working on AI, then we might take it that way. Personally, I would love to do something on disinformation. So that might be a piece that I contribute to it. And thinking in particular about, are there risk reduction measures that we can look at for social media in the disinformation space? But a couple things to flag just based on the research I've been doing lately. So one of them is a chapter that I co-authored with Vipin Narang, which will be coming out Scott is an editor on the volume, so I don't want to say when it'll be coming out, but sometime soon there should be a volume coming out with a chapter on social media. And one of our big findings was that different social media platforms have a different impact on stability. So that's just one thing that I think kind of it shows we still don't really understand the relationship in some ways between social media and strategic stability. And I think Vipin and I tried to have a first cut at coming up with a more granular approach to that. But the other big finding I've had from almost all of the projects I've done on this is that social media typically is targeted at domestic audiences. It's trying to shape internal narratives or take advantage of existing internal narratives. And so that I think raises really hard questions for arms control or for crisis stability measures, because getting into trying to manipulate internal narratives and dynamics, which is problematic in a lot of ways. But this is just to say, I think that's a great topic. I'm glad you brought it up, because I think that would be a really rich area for more thinking.
Last question for you. You have done a lot of work with policymakers, engaging policymakers. I think you know the policy landscape very well. What would you say are some of the organizations or networks or institutions that might be the most receptive of the work that the Arms Control Working Group can do? I'm thinking about the P5. I mean, where would you take this?
I don't know if I'd take it to the P5 right now. Maybe in a year or so, we'll really have to wait and see. But for example, the P5 had said in December that they were going to launch this Young Professionals Network. So that might be an opportunity to bring in some younger folks. But also, I saw Michelle Dover was on here. I think that I found the State Department just incredibly receptive under this administration, really receptive to engaging with civil society. They're open to creative ideas, creative solutions. Again, I just think this is an incredible opportunity for scholars and academics. You don't always have government officials who want to talk to you, who want new ideas backed up by robust scholarship. We should absolutely be engaging them. But again, I don't just see this as a US endeavor. From my time in Europe, I found Germany, Poland, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, my goodness, the UK, just really receptive as well. And so I think that by making this network as international, multidisciplinary, cross-generational as possible, that also can tap us into more of those kind of government initiatives. So just to give one other example, we have, I think RevCon is actually going to happen in August. And so you have things like the Swedish Stepping Stones initiative. Now, that doesn't really involve the P5, but their working papers on risk reduction suggest that those decision makers are really open to ideas that could come out of this working group. So I'm just really grateful that there are those policy initiatives out there who we as a group can reach out to. I think a lot of it will be, how do we take this scholarship and convert it into a digestible format? And so I would really hope that we can also work with some of the policy think tanks, APLN, ELN, Arms Control Association, and really get them all involved as well in helping us to kind of craft it in a way that policymakers can be sure to engage with.
Fantastic. Edda, thank you so much. Fantastic work.
Let me just mention, in the context of engaging with the State Department, let me remind people that tomorrow we will be celebrating the 25th anniversary of Managing Atom, and we'll have as a keynote speaker, Undersecretary Bonnie Jenkins, the Undersecretary of State for International Security and Arms Control, who was a Managing Atom Fellow early in her career. I also just wanted to emphasize Heather's point about engaging with the policy space, and that we are working to put together a sort of parallel track focused on policy engagement within this overall network. Which we hope will support the working groups in being able to get their ideas into the policy world, as well as pushing the policy ideas of the participants in the network itself.
Fantastic. Now, last but not least, we want to introduce you to the fourth working group. The title is Beyond Nuclear Deterrence. These guys have a gigantic mandate, and is going to be led by Rebecca Gibbons, Steve Herzog, and Hassan El-Batimi. And I want to welcome you, the fantastic Trinity. I don't know who's starting first, but first of all, let me thank you so much for taking this work on. This is, in my view, the group that is probably going to be the most international. These are where the big Global South voices will come in. So we have great expectations for this group. Stephen, I think you start first. Let me turn it over to you.
Thanks very much. I am happy to be the first representative of this trinity, as you mentioned. And so we'd like to thank, first of all, MacArthur, and we'd also like to thank Managing the Atom for this opportunity. Rebecca, Hassan, and I are absolutely delighted to co-chair this working group, which is obviously a bit controversial, but we think an ultimately necessary working group. So when we think about the idea of beyond nuclear deterrence, there are many other tools that states use in international crises besides nuclear deterrence. And these range from long-range weapons, conventional weapons for conventional deterrence, to a whole spate of options for non-military means of conflict resolution. In fact, I think in the nuclear field, we oftentimes forget that only actually a minority of states in the world rely on nuclear deterrence or extended deterrence for their security. A majority have even ratified nuclear weapons-free zones treaties. Maybe it's because they think that nuclear weapons lack utility for their security, they have alternative means of security, or because they believe there are disastrous humanitarian consequences to the use of nuclear weapons and maybe an immorality surrounding nuclear deterrence. And among the states that do rely on nuclear deterrence or extended deterrence, the situations on which they actually draw on nuclear means for their security are actually rare. They have other tools in their toolkits to deal with these types of situations. But despite this, scholars and policymakers often take nuclear deterrence for granted. Now, what do I mean by taking nuclear deterrence for granted? I mean that nuclear deterrence is the status quo. And that is that it is regularly assumed that nuclear deterrence exists, that it works the ways that its proponents think it works, and that it plays key roles in international crises. This may be true in some cases, but it's not universally true, which is perhaps really scary if we have bad policy recommendations and nuclear deterrence isn't working. And we don't think that it should be taken as the default that things happen all the time in a certain way because of nuclear deterrence. And just because things have worked in the past doesn't mean they'll work again in the future, particularly with the changing global security environment. Likewise, whether you are a proponent of rapid nuclear disarmament or of phased reductions heading in that kind of direction, these types of changes in the nuclear security environment necessitate new thinking, both new thinking about nuclear deterrence itself and alternatives to deterrence. Hence the idea of—
I thought it was downstairs. So.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna keep talking. I think I'm loud enough to speak over this phone. So, but it's often anyway, repeated over and over again that in a world without nuclear arms would be conflict prone and unstable. Well, if that's an idea we keep repeating over and over again, well, let's interrogate that. Let's think about what security looks like in a non-nuclear world. Again, keeping into account that the majority of countries in the world are already in nuclear weapons-free zones and don't rely on nuclear weapons. But our working group is going to address 5 key questions. First, how do non-nuclear states provide for their security? Second, what are the circumstances under which states that depend on deterrence, when do they draw on alternative tools for conflict resolution instead of relying on nuclear threats? Third, what are the security-related, normative, and institutional pathways through which populations and states may come to reject nuclear deterrence? Fourth, how do various states perceive the risk of nuclear weapons possession? Relatedly, among nuclear-armed states, why is the risk and vulnerability of a nuclear attack, accident, misperception preferable to the vulnerability of possessing nuclear, preferable to the vulnerability of not possessing nuclear weapons? And number 5, how might norms in other areas, most prominently the growing attention that will inevitably come to environmental issues in the future, intersect with norms about nuclear weapons possession and use? And these are tough questions, but we're not exactly in the same world that Kahn and Schelling were writing about anymore. Global security has changed dramatically. We have new crises, new technologies, new actors, and new institutions. And in the Beyond Nuclear Deterrence Working Group, we're going to look at how can we produce and contribute to producing scholarship that better reflects this growing complexity in international security and the growing imperative to reduce nuclear dangers. And I will now pass it over to Hassan, who will talk more.
Great, thanks so much, Stephen, and everyone for the invitation and for joining us today as well. This working group is indeed, as Francesca mentioned, is quite challenging because it has quite an expansive brief, but at the same time, kind of like calls a lot on our imaginative faculties. What Stephen did is that presented what we think is the problem and posed some of the key questions that we'll be engaging with. I think what I'm going to share with you is basically our approach to addressing these questions. And then Rebecca will follow on with exactly our work then and what we're going to do next. So part of approaching these questions will be developing and assembling a network of scholars to pose new questions on nuclear deterrence. And this will involve setting up such a network that is going to be specifically with a strong emphasis on international character of it, but also developing such a network as a platform for meaningful and inclusive discussion on nuclear deterrence. I think we're going to have a strong focus on a scholarly approach to these questions that engages anew with the current body of research on nuclear deterrence. We are interested and guided by interest in policy debates, but we want that as well to happen with a long-term impact vision of contributing to something that is academic and scholarly. As was mentioned by Stephen and Francesca, I think the global dimension of this is really key. And it is something that we are very keen to emphasize in all our activity, including also a broader conception of what international security is. We're particularly interested in fostering new and diverse perspectives that includes but goes beyond exclusive focus on great powers. This would include non-nuclear weapon states perspectives from the global south, but also social movements, among others. And all this were really guided by a broader conception of the problem and its global nature. And this is where specifically we're going to be looking for answers as well. We are also interested in developing and investing into having the infrastructure for a genuine dialogue. And the emphasis here is on dialogue. As we look beyond nuclear deterrence, we identify that an important and sometimes difficult conversation needs to happen with the status quo. And we seek to encourage these difficult and necessary conversations across several of the fault lines in the nuclear field, particularly among deterrence advocates, but those espousing skeptical views about deterrence, peace activists and peace scholars, and scholars of various persuasions and worldviews. We're consciously also aware that such an endeavor needs to be grounded in a solid approach to methods. And here, as in the broader efforts in our working group, we adopt an open and inclusive approach to choices of methods. We're very aware that the study of change can call on new analytical and methodological toolkits, and we're keen to be as curious and playful as we can with our methods and as befitting our mission. Ultimately, before I hand you over to Rebecca, we want to emphasize the openness that is guiding our inquiry and emphasize that we are focusing on a bottom-up approach guided by an affinity towards fresh and ambitious thinking that incorporates inclusive and global approaches while being scholarly rigorous.
Great, thank you, Stephen and Hassan. I want to reiterate our thanks to Matt and Francesca and MacArthur for funding and planning this exciting path forward on research. I'm going to talk a little bit about how specifically we're going to address the goals and questions that were laid out by Stephen and Hassan. So we are going to use our working group's funding to build a strong network of scholars exploring alternatives to nuclear deterrence. We are going to build this community by having monthly online meetings and dialogues. Some of these meetings are going to be just within our network to get to know each other better, to learn about each other's perspectives and scholarship. And then also we are going to invite guest speakers in. These monthly meetings are going to be reinforced by an online presence where we can exchange articles and ideas about our research. We plan to hold at least 2 in-person workshops where we all can get together to talk about our research. We would like to hold these in cities in the global South. We also intend to hold a dialogue series to promote constructive engagement between those advocating for nuclear deterrence, those who hold the position that nuclear deterrence specifically, is integral to both national and international security, and those who see nuclear weapons in the opposite way, those who see nuclear weapons as undermining global security. We want to try to help foster a better understanding of each other's concerns and to use these dialogues to inform our scholarship. We know that existing research on diversity or lack of diversity in different networks emphasizes the fact that often networks with funding, networks with power often replicate themselves, right? They look like each other from generation to generation. And we do not want to replicate existing networks. We want to learn from those who came before us, but we really want to create a novel, a more diverse, a more global network as we move forward. Now, this network that we're talking about, the creation of that, I would argue, is important in and of itself, right? Having that community, but we also intend to promote rigorous and novel scholarship through our work together. So out of these meetings and workshops and these discussions, we're going to set a research agenda for exploring alternatives to nuclear deterrence. We will be commissioning scholarship for a special issue of an academic journal. And then we also, in the end, plan to create an edited volume examining different perspectives on security without the presence of nuclear weapons. We are not interested in this group in reinventing the wheel. One of our first efforts along those lines is going to be creating an annotated bibliography of previous work on alternatives to deterrence. We know that people for decades have been looking at these questions, and we want to take advantage of that good thinking that's been done before. Much of that by people that are on this call. We know that we need to build on the past to have these new and novel ideas. And so I think with that, I will turn it over to Francesca for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. This is terrific work. And I have to say, Steve, this should not be a controversial topic. Thinking beyond nuclear deterrence, I think this as a critical part of this network. And so I'm so happy that you guys have taken this on. And so you have mentioned, Rebecca, that a lot of scholarship has been done. In fact, Matt and I, when we're thinking about, beyond nuclear deterrence, we went back to John Steinbrunner, Jane Nolan, and many others that really thought about, cooperative security arrangements, defensive defense, and so many other paradigms. So one of the questions I have for you is, so how do we make sure that this scholarship that you guys are going to produce will not just be relegated to yet another attempt of dreaming the impossible, but at the end of the day, the real world actually really requires, the status quo. So what are some, and I don't expect you guys to have an answer for this, but I want to make sure that we do the right, that we set in motion something that will actually then really gain the academic credibility that it deserves.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I'll start, and then if Stephen and Hassan want to join, I think 2 things that come to mind immediately is that the fact that this network is going to be so global and so diverse means that these ideas that we come up with will be disseminated beyond the normal channels. And then secondly, with this group, I'd like us to focus on the rigorous scholarship is the goal, but I'd like us to think strategically about how we disseminate our research, whether we're on podcasts, whether we create our own podcasts, whether we're, different avenues where we're reaching out to particularly speak to the public about this issue. I think after Ukraine, we do have this opportunity where nuclear weapons are more salient to members of the public to kind of get them engaged and hopefully take advantage of this opportunity to talk more about nuclear weapons deterrence and alternatives to deterrence. Stephen and Hassan, do you want to add?
Yeah, well, totally agree. And I would say, as Rebecca mentioned, our starting point is going into what has been produced, and there is plenty of that. And I think that is a key and important starting point. But I think we're also offsprings of, the current moment in history, which presents unique and new challenges. And our examination needs to incorporate that and takes that as well as a key guiding factor into our deliberations. I don't know whether what we're going to be producing is going to be taken up or by policy or not, but what I can guarantee is that we're going to take it very, very seriously, and we're going to invest all sorts of effort in order to have something, to have realistic dreams about a different future.
So the last thing I would add to everything the two other members of the Trinity, as we are now called, said, is, what we're doing as well is throughout this network, throughout the workshops, throughout regular meetings, is we are going to be continuously workshopping and interrogating others' ideas. And that means that scholars from different places in the world who may not interact with the scholarship and other regions are going to have to, within our network, work with, gain ideas from, and justify their work to people who may come from very different security environments and very different assumptions. And in addition to that, as Rebecca mentioned too, and as Hassan insinuated, we are planning on also starting a dialogue series for constructive engagement between people in the network looking at alternatives to deterrence and those who are very strong proponents of nuclear deterrence, so they can each understand each other's concerns. They can write about it. Hopefully it won't get too heated. Maybe it will get too heated. Gesundheit, it should be interesting nonetheless. And in addition to that, what I would say is, our goal is, when you take a class related to nuclear weapons in a lot of countries in the world, you get a lot of classic scholarship and you see things being repeated over and over again. There's a big unit on deterrence, disarmament, or maybe, relegated to one day or something like that. Alternatives to deterrence aren't discussed that very much. And it's just taken for granted that a world without nuclear weapons and a world without nuclear deterrence will be really difficult. So if we can produce some scholarship that starts to make its way onto academic syllabi and be taken seriously, that would be a big accomplishment. That may be a little bit lofty, but that's what we want to do.
Fantastic. We love this big ambitions. Thank you so much, Stephen, Rebecca, and Hassan. So I want now to open the floor. We have an incredible pool of experts attending the sessions, and I'm sure you have plenty of questions for our co-chairs or on the network itself. So I would just encourage whoever has a question or a comment to raise his or her hand, and Matt is going to tell me who is first. So questions. Could you spotlight? What's the name?
Nomsa.
Nomsa?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
First question.
Welcome.
I guess my first question would be, how do we get in touch with the trio, the Trinity? Yeah, how can we share what? How can we share what?
We specialize in telepathy.
Nomsa, can you tell us what institution you're from, or whether you are a student or?
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Nomsa Ndongwe. I am a research associate at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. I am a former disarmament diplomat at the UN in Geneva. And I am also the co-founder of the West Coast chapter of Women of Color Advancing Peace, Security, and Conflict Transformation, which was founded by your guest speaker tomorrow. I was wondering how we can get in touch with the trio and how we can even share what they're working on with other people who are not in this meeting today or from other organizations.
Stephen, Rebecca, Hassan?
So I would just start, I would say a few things immediately. One is my understanding, and I don't want to put a timeline on this, I don't want to stress MTA out, is we will be establishing a website for this project and for the working groups. I'm not just going to make up a date because then someone will hold me to it. But the other thing is, nope, just lost that idea in my head, forget it. So I'm gonna let Rebecca and Hassan say that. So there will be a website, and the other thing is we are working on refining our concept paper. We presented some ideas from that today, and we will eventually post our concept paper online as well too. And Rebecca is putting her email address in the chat below. I don't know if either of the other two have any comments.
I want to reiterate something that Stephen and also Matt said. We are going to have a website where there will be, with the permission of the co-chairs, their email address. We will also then announce membership of the working groups, and we will definitely have a detailed description of the work plan and the research questions. But Nomsa, we will also put my own email address at the end of the session. So if you want to reach out to me, I'm very happy also to make introductions to the co-chairs directly. Thank you so much also for your work. So second question is from John Rohlfing from NTI.
Thank you so much, Francesca. I really don't have, well, I have so many questions. And so I'm looking forward to doing follow-up with all of the presenters here. I just wanted to thank, first of all, MacArthur for enabling this research network to come together, and also managing the Atom for your work, which is, just on the basis of what you've organized today. This is an extraordinary amount of work to try and organize an entire field internationally to advance the envelope in terms of our knowledge. And I think this is really an exciting moment. This investment is so overdue, and Angie, kudos, you've lit a light in an issue area that was becoming increasingly dark. So really looking forward to working with many of you to nurture that guiding light forward over the years to come. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate it. I know we will come back to you at some point today to spotlight another rather important initiative that will be connected to this one. One thing Matt and I wanted to mention is what we hope to do with this research network is really to get us started with the MacArthur general support. But it is our hope that there will be enough appetite in the international community and the philanthropic community to sustain this one beyond the 2024. And so, we hope that this will generate enough momentum so that, we will continue involve even more scholars and more practitioners in the future. So thank you so much, Matt.
No other hands right now.
All right.
We also have the opportunity for questions in the room if people have questions in the room. No?
Any question? Especially for those attending. We have a lot of attendees. I'm sure you guys have questions.
I see a question in the chat, Francesca.
Matt, can you?
Yeah. As the impact of the wars, especially the devastation of nuclear power disasters or attacks on regular people, is dramatic and cross-generational, is there room for social advocates or individuals / organizations from the health and social sector to engage with the group?
All right. Rumi has asked a very important question, especially based on the Ukraine situation today. She's asking whether, especially the health specialists, people from the health sector, and social activists could actually be involved in the network and in our working groups. I think the health question and the environmental question have come out quite a lot. And one of the things that I want to say is that one of the very first activities that the network is going to fund is actually a conference hosted by the Nuclear Threat Initiative on the effects of the use of nuclear weapons. But I want to turn to the co-chairs, whether this is the health aspect and dimension is something that you are considering.
So I would say yes, but one of the things we've been trying to do in building this network is look at places where only a limited amount of work has been done so far, or where there appeared to be a gap that needed to be filled. And I think the amazing work of the humanitarian consequences movement over the course of the last several years has really fleshed out a lot of the key information that I think is needed on the humanitarian effects of nuclear weapons and the health issues. So the area that the Nuclear Threat Initiative identified that we'll be supporting to take that to the next step is looking at the sort of connections that will be disrupted in the event of nuclear conflict. We've already seen in the case of COVID how this illness has disrupted supply chains around the world and so on. And one can hardly imagine how much greater the disruptions would be in the event of a nuclear conflict. But the research network overall, I think, is going to be primarily a combination of scholars and practitioners, and less focused on the social activism that will be needed for sure to make progress in the long term on nuclear risk reduction and nuclear disarmament.
All right, we have another question. Thank you, Matt, from Justin.
Yes, hello.
Hi,
Can everyone
Justin.
hear me? Thank you for taking my question, Francesca, Heather, and others that I've already heard on the call. It's good to see so many of you that I've had the chance to work with in the past. I have questions for everyone, but I'll limit myself to two, one for Working Group 1 and one for Working Group 2. For Working Group 1, my question is, while focusing on doctrine and forces is obviously important to any question of nuclear risk or pathways to nuclear war, I wonder if the last few years have perhaps demonstrated in ways probably uncomfortable to many of us, that the real locus of risk is with those handful of individuals who actually have the ability to make a decision to employ nuclear weapons. You can have a very well-designed doctrine. You can have a force which is perhaps recessed in a way in which some people would say is useful for reducing the risk of war. And yet, if your commander or president or prime minister is of a certain temperament, I think people will feel that nuclear risk is high, or higher than it would be anyway. So I just wonder how your group is going to address what I think in some cases, actually in many cases, frankly, is even more important than doctrine or force posture. And that is with the fact that we have a very small number of decision makers who are responsible for whether or not nuclear weapons are ever employed. And really it's on them, their temperament, how they communicate with each other and with their military leadership that I think is critically important to take on board. I'm not saying you aren't looking at that, but I didn't hear that directly in the comments earlier. Yeah. Then for Working Group 2, sorry, just one other question. For the second working group on ethics and morality and law. Many important questions. I think perhaps I'm just going to offer one counterpoint, which is that I heard quite loud and clear, and it is a challenge for all of us who are proponents of nuclear deterrence to have to look at what's going on in Ukraine and ask the question of how Russia's nuclear saber rattling, the fact that they have a powerful nuclear force, perhaps allows them to do more of the terrible things in a way in which we are truncated in our response in a place like Ukraine. And yet at the same time, I'd like to offer the counterpoint that I am highly confident that President Biden and Secretary of Defense Austin and others would not feel as comfortable in providing the military aid to Ukraine that is vital to their current defense. That's military aid to include training that's actually stretched back to well before this conflict. They would not feel comfortable in doing so if it weren't for the fact that the US has a nuclear deterrent force that is a counter to Russia's. And that form of stability, even in as much as there are ways in which things perhaps feel less stable with Putin's saber rattling, is very important, as well as the way in which the nuclear umbrella over NATO states, I think for those in the Baltics and Eastern Europe and other places would say, we see this as a critical check to Russian aggression. So just note that it's very important to ask questions of law and ethics and morality in terms of, have we, the international community, been less able to respond to what Vladimir Putin and Russia is doing in Ukraine? And that is a terrible thing, if that is true. At the same time, I would also argue that the nuclear deterrence of the US, the United Kingdom, France, the NATO countries, plays an important role in our ability to provide critical support to Ukraine for its defense. So many important questions there, and I know that the leaders of Working Group 2 will explore them in depth, but I just wanted to offer that additional perspective. Thank you very much.
Justin, thank you so much. Great questions. Can I bring in Manfred and then Matt? I think the first question was really about, so what do we make? I mean, doctrine is important, but decision makers, right, are really key. Manfred.
Yeah, thank you, Justin, for drawing our attention to this fact about the importance of the decision maker, the personality of the leadership, as well as the environment in which he's working. The elite thinking about these issues is really so important. And I think this will be one of the questions that we will be looking at, since we are looking at it from an interdisciplinary perspective. The psychology dimension of what the leadership is going to be all about is going to be extremely important. I mentioned doctrine because doctrine, I think, gives you a commitment to a certain kind of a capability build-up, and the elite thinking on this, or the decision maker, is going to be able to work with the capability which is made available to him. But everything is so interconnected, and it will be a part of this working group. Also, to bring in the aspect, about the previous question about the impact on the environment, on the humanitarian dimensions of deterrence breakdown. I think, again, for the elite and for the decision maker, it's so important to have that education about what deterrence breakdown is going to look like. And unfortunately, I come from the region in Southern Asia where there hasn't been much focus on this. There haven't been movies like The Day After, or the BBC documentary like Threads, which would educate the leader about what will happen in a more humane manner than just talking about abstract numbers. How many people will vaporize? I don't think that really has an impact. But if you can relate to a story which is told to you and you connect with the individuals, you learn better about it. We know about the impact that The Day After had on President Reagan. So I think all of this will come together as part of this group. We are still working on the exact questions which will be there, and comments like yours are most welcome to help us sharpen our focus here. Matt, anything else that you would like to bring in?
Let me just add a couple of points. One, I'm particularly interested in getting some combination of psychologists and decision scientists involved to think about in the future situation, what will the decision environment look like where these kinds of decisions are getting made, with torrents of information coming in, some of it wrong, some of it correct, artificial intelligence support to decision makers, etc. How will that affect the likelihood of decisions? I think also in the Ukraine context, it's especially important to remember, as you look at past crises and the Ukraine crisis, that a lot of decisions well below the level of, deciding to press the button actually have a huge effect on the risk. And so, for better or for worse, Justin is correct that the world is very reliant on the judgment of the leaders of the 9 countries that possess nuclear weapons. And not all of those leaders are people who I'm especially comfortable relying on the judgment of. That's the world that we live in. One of the interesting things I think also is, can we recommend decision processes that might lead to better decisions in those contexts? It's very striking, as my colleague Mariana Bujaran has pointed out, that if you look at the Cuban Missile Crisis, although the Soviet Union described itself as a collective leadership, it was really just Khrushchev making the decisions and nobody really pushing back very hard most of the time. Whereas Kennedy, who in theory had sole authority, created this very deliberative process, including, challenging people to make the case against the various ideas very explicitly. And how can we build the sort of stronger decision processes in more places? Maybe one key question on reducing risk.
Wonderful. Let me turn to Janina and Scott for the other side of the ethics and morality question.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a first step. It's a fascinating question. I think particularly if you look at policy and elite discourses in countries like the United Kingdom and Germany, there can be very little doubt that the Russian nuclear deterrent impedes action and really takes policy and assistance options off the table. I agree that it is equally clear that the US nuclear deterrent is enabling in some sense, that even fewer options of assistance to Ukraine would be on the table in the absence of US nuclear posture and stability. I think what is crucial to say is that the constraining effect of Russian nuclear threats and the enabling effect of US nuclear deterrence are not symmetrical. I think the net effect of nuclear weapons in this war is still that they impede and take off the table politically, maybe even morally urgent means of assistance to Ukraine. And that is particularly the moral or ethical challenge that we want to look at. But it's important to understand the complexity of the phenomenon. I agree with that. Maybe Scott has something to add. I can't see Scott.
Two very quick points. One, I think Justin's right to raise questions about the authority of political leaders. Here I would just note that the annual Drell lecture at CSAC at Stanford was given last week by Representative Ted Lieu, talking about his legislative efforts to restrict the sole authority of the president and what other alternatives besides the Markey Lieu bill could be useful here. In theory, we often talk about the rationality of political leaders as being necessary for deterrence, but we don't need the pristine rationality of individual leaders. We need checks and balances that inhibit the occasional rash, all too human nature of decisions that can be made in under duress with views about vengeance and anger. And so I think our group will be looking at those kinds of issues, which can be in part a matter of law, the laws that individual states have governing their decision making. And on the other point that Justin made, I guess I agree with what Janina said, is that nuclear weapons are not just a deterrent, they can be a shield behind which a state can take aggressive actions. And our understanding of the limits of proxy wars and how states react is not something that many people have worked on. So I think this is an area that is ripe for research, not just because of Ukraine, but this has been an issue going back to the Korean War, where Russians were flying MiGs, shooting down American planes. How should we be thinking about actions short of war that engage actors from different nuclear states?
Thank you so much. I want to take a question that is mostly for me and Matt now on how these working groups will work together and how would the policy track works. So there is going to be a coordination mechanism among these working groups. Partly is because we really want to create a community, a network. And so there will be multiple interactions, and partly because we think there will be a lot of like cross-cutting issues that will be generated, or big questions that multiple working groups will probably try to tackle. And so we want to make sure that there is real synergy among these working groups. And that means we will bring together the working groups a few times during the year. We will also have an internal newsletter. It's a way to share information about the status of individual projects, of upcoming publications. So we will really work trying to disseminate, across the working groups, like drafts, papers, and get each other's feedback and advice, really to make the best work possible. On the policy track, I know Matt has thought a lot about this. I just want to say that when MacArthur came to us with this idea of network, there were really two worldviews in a way that came together. One worldview that said this is an opportunity really to rethink nuclear studies or nuclear scholarship and try to make a big push for new ideas that will shape the field in the next 10 to 20 years. But there was also an urgency of the moment where there are a lot of crises today that need to be addressed. And so we didn't want to compromise either side. And so we thought that maintaining a policy track, which is really maintaining a dialogue with key stakeholders, decision makers, and again, this is not only the United States, we're thinking about international and regional organizations, we are thinking about other networks that are existing out there. The policy track is a way to keep policy dialogues alive and to feed those dialogues with some of the key ideas the working groups are going to create. So it is a way also for the policymakers to tell us what are some of the urgent questions that they need an answer on. And so we hope that is going to be like a very integrated dialogue that will go back and forth with us. Matt, do you want to add some of your ideas on this?
Well, I think that there are a lot of people already who have been engaging with governments on these kinds of issues, whether it's arms control, disarmament, aspects of nuclear deterrence already, including some of the people you've been hearing from today. And we're hoping to pull together in a similar way some of the existing work that we can build on to engage with, as Francesca says, not only the US government, but other governments and international organizations. But I will say that's still in its formative stages, more so than these working groups are. So I would say overall that this entire effort is still evolving. If you haven't heard from us yet, it may be that you're going to hear from us. Certainly not all of the working groups are fully fleshed out with all of their members or what have you. And if you don't end up getting invited to be a participant in one of these working groups, again, it's not because we don't think you're doing terrific work. It's because we want the working groups to be small enough to actually be able to work together and get some work done. So I was saying to Francesca a while ago, we'll have, 50, 100 people in this network, and there's thousands working on these topics. So I apologize in advance that not everyone will be directly included.
Wonderful. All right. Before we conclude with this session, I just wanted to give the chance to the co-chairs to just a few words at the end, anything you guys want to share. Let me start, Manfred, before I let you go to bed, because I know it's incredibly late there.
Thank you, Francesca. No, I just want to, it's been such a huge learning to understand how the others are forming the working group, the kind of, razor sharp questions that have already appeared. I'm looking forward to working with all the other groups as well. And meanwhile, taking our particular group to some important deliverables that we can bring to the table. But thank you so much for having me and for having cast your net as far as my part of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Scott and Janina.
Well, I'll just add the notes of thanks both to Matt and Francesca. We've been having discussions for quite some time now about setting up this network and our part of it, but also to Angie and the MacArthur Foundation. I think it is unfortunate that your board made the decision to move out of this space, but I think it is fortunate that you've used the last amount of money that you were given in such a creative way. So, thank you for the trust that you have in Matt and Francesca to put together this network. I think it's going to be very, very exciting work.
Janina?
Oh, nothing to add, but my thanks as well.
Thank you so much. Heather?
I also obviously want to thank everyone. I just have one more comment, which actually follows right on from what Scott just said, which is hearing all these ideas today. And Francesca, you mentioned this. I also think a role of the network will be not just creating new scholarship and collaboration, but also collaborating to come up with new project ideas. And because I increasingly think that collaborating and partnerships have better prospects for fundraising. And so I think everyone obviously is disappointed about MacArthur's decision, but I think structuring the network this way and the opportunity that MacArthur is giving us all, it isn't just create scholarship in June 2024, we're done. No, I think that all of us going into this should be looking for opportunities to partner with each other, to reach out to new sources of funding, whether that's government, philanthropic, whatever that might be. And so I just, I really hope that we can all kind of take advantage of this incredible opportunity, and just thank you guys again. This is really exciting. Great event today so far. It's really good discussion.
Thank you so much. Before I turn to the last working group, I want to reiterate something that both Matt and Heather have said. No single institution in this network has received funding. It is for collaboration. I think it's really important we underscore this. This is not the work of a foundation, it is a network. And so we fund collaborative projects. I think this is the way in which we try to push forward, maybe with rethinking. It's also the content, but it's also the methodology that we want to use in this network, which we think is really, really important. All right. Over to Rebecca, Hassan, and Stephen, and then we're going to take a break.
I'd just like to reiterate, I don't think we have a lot of comments, but I just want to reiterate the thanks and that we are so excited to get started. If you have thoughts for our particular working group, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, and we look forward to chatting with you.
Wonderful. All right. So thank you so much, co-chairs. Fantastic to have you on board, and welcome to this research network. All right, we're going to take a 15 minutes break, and then the last session before the keynote is going to highlight a few initiatives who we want to partner with, creating synergies and think also together about big questions, including how do we bring in technology companies, how do we move forward with the theory of change in the nuclear field, and so on and so forth. So I hope you will join us for the next session. We are going to resume in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, let me resume with a new session that we have entitled Building Synergies. So the idea of the network is that we want to capitalize on the work and build on the work also of other institutions who have done magnificent work and thinking about big issues. And so we want to showcase 4 organizations with which we hope we will partner in this endeavor and whose work has been really a great inspiration for our own network. So I want to showcase each of them individually for a few minutes and just give you a sense of the breadth and depth of the work that these organizations are currently doing. So my very first invitee is John Rohlfing. John, I want to tell you that you are my role model, and I want you to know this. And so when I think of you, I think about somebody that to me is incredibly inspiring. So NTI has been a force to be reckoned with in the field, but I think you have taken on perhaps one of the most ambitious projects to date, called Horizon 45. And so I wanted you to spend a few minutes talking about the project, what it hopes to accomplish, and also how you see the interaction between our network and Horizon 45. I have to mention Horizon 45 is a sister project of the network, also funded by MacArthur Foundation. John, over to you.
Thank you so much, Francesca. I feel like you've just raised the bar for me. So this is like a speed dating round. We only have a few minutes for each project. Let me be really brief and say a few words about Horizon 2045 and how it might interface with this network. I think you're going to hear a lot of overlap. Horizon 2045 is a collaborative project that NTI began now 2.5 years ago with N Square, the N Square Collaborative based in the Bay Area, as well as the Rhode Island School of Design. And the objective of the project, it's going to sound very similar to Working Group 4, but it spans all 4 of the working groups. The objective is to transition to a new security framework for managing nuclear dangers that is no longer reliant on nuclear deterrence or nuclear weapons. So a big, bold, audacious vision. This is not in and of itself a novel goal. Many people have articulated this goal, essentially, reaching a world where nuclear weapons are eliminated or prohibited. So what's new, what's different about this project? I would say kind of 3 top level points. First of all, we have adopted a systems approach in this project that is looking at the nuclear weapons, the global nuclear weapons system as a system, and trying to better understand the dynamics that hold the current system in place. What are the underlying dynamics and incentive structures? And better understanding that will help us, we hope, leverage change for reducing those risks. Secondly, we have been intent from the beginning on drawing on diverse perspectives to help us with the problem solving. We understand that innovation in any space is better achieved with diverse perspectives. And so, and this brings me to the third point about what's different. It is inherently a network-based, collaboration-based approach. We're building a broad network of experts and doers, not only from within the nuclear community, but in adjacent communities as well, because we believe that we'll be better at innovating if we can draw on expertise from the whole gamut of whether it's ethics, religion, engineering, et cetera, to help us with the solution development. And not only are we interested in generating and developing new ideas, we really are hoping through this network that we can help build the political momentum to sustain the change that's needed. I'll just talk briefly about the why now part of the question. Why now, right? Several years ago, we identified the dangers are growing, and yet progress is not keeping up with the increase in the risks of nuclear use. We have also been seeing over the last 2 decades kind of a consistent decline in investment within the nuclear space, with MacArthur's departure being the latest in that vein. And importantly, I think we've seen a decline over time in scholarship and the generation of new ideas within this space. One of my colleagues, I think he's on the call, Doug Shaw, did a Google Ngram analysis. If you plug in the words nuclear war to Google Ngram and you kind of look at the graph it generates, it's fascinating, though not entirely surprising, that the number of times nuclear war is mentioned in the corpus of all of the published material that Google looks at, it drops off pretty precipitously at the end of the Cold War. And I think that's a kind of a good proxy for the challenges that our field has been facing. And so we were really hungry to find a way to generate new thinking and collaboration and a new network drawing new people in to help us do some problem solving. So let me stop there. That's a very abbreviated description of what is a very exciting and audacious project, and one which maps so closely onto both the goals and some of the work streams that this research network is undertaking. And so we very much welcome opportunities for collaboration with the research network.
Thank you, John. We are going to put the link to the Horizon 2045 initiative in the chat. I wanted to ask you one more question. Could you speak a little bit about the methods that you are using to get to this big question? I participated into a very immersive experience in one of the workshops you hosted. So what are some of the methods that you guys are bringing in?
Yeah, thank you. So in addition to the systems-based analysis, we're also employing design thinking, and it's one of the strengths that the Rhode Island School of Design brings to the table. We've been working with their Center for Complexity, and they're looking at how to apply design thinking for solving really big global challenges. And there's a whole discipline behind design thinking, of prototyping of ideas, to test them, to kick the tires on them. And so, the methodology here is multi-layered. We're drawing on design thinking, systems thinking, prototyping, networking, diversity, futures thinking. There's a whole element of our work where we've drawn some forecasting experts in to help us develop some plausible future scenarios and work back from them to the present day to help guide pathway to a better, safer world where we're not living with the threat of major catastrophic event for humanity. So a lot of moving parts there, but we're excited about the diversity, the collaboration, and the innovation that's beginning to come out of that process.
Fantastic. John, thank you so much for coming, and we're really looking forward to working with you on your initiative and on ours. So thank you so much. All right, let me spotlight now another initiative. So we've talked a lot about emerging technologies, this new era of maybe an arms race. And so one of the big questions we had was, well, how do we bring in the technology companies' perspective? And how do we engage maybe a new generation of technologists in these big discussions about arms control, nuclear disarmament, and beyond? And so we've invited Philip Reiner, who is the CEO and also the founder of the Institute for Technology and Security. Phil has done some incredible work really to bring in at the table technology companies that normally would stay really outside of the perimeter of our discussion. Phil, could you give us a sense of some of the discussions you had, particularly related to nuclear weapons? And then I have a question for you about challenges.
Absolutely. And thank you, Francesca, and to Matt, to Heather, to Angela, and to everybody who's helping make this initiative happen. We couldn't agree more with all of the other comments that have been made as to the immediate and absolute necessity for this research network. The demand for this is very, very clear. So as Francesca was relaying, I'm the CEO of the Institute for Security and Technology. We're a West Coast-based nonprofit research institute, and our work really cuts across a number of different domains. We do a lot of cybersecurity work, a lot of information operations, and a lot of work in the nuclear domain. I think what's important for what we do is probably our main tool is to derive value from bringing together technologists with national security policymakers, and that includes a lot of work in the nuclear domain. So I think it's an incredible challenge for us as we think about what goes into this research network and making sure that we're actually tapping into those who are working in the private sector to make sure that we're getting the right inputs as we think about how the dynamics of deterrence and arms control are changing. I think what's incredibly important to step back and realize is that today, more than I think maybe any time in the past, that technology is really driving policy rather than the other way around. And that the convergence of all of these technical trends and what that means for the nuclear domain really demands that we tap into the technical prowess of those very communities that are driving all of the disruption that we're all dealing with, that they're driving that innovation. The thing is, most of those folks are predominantly in the private sector. And so they tend to be quite far away from national security discussions. They tend to be pretty segmented away from policymaking debates. I think as we're all very aware, successful diplomatic efforts in the past, whether focused on arms control, confidence building measures, risk reduction efforts, those were very deeply informed by some of the leading technical minds of those eras. And I think some of them we're lucky to have on this call here today, actually. Having that same caliber of technical leaders from new fields involved today, I think is what's really needed to help us understand what's happening and help us understand where we're going. Unfortunately, and I think this isn't lost on anyone, more often than not, you say nuclear weapons to a lot of these folks, for instance, technical experts in the machine learning domain, and they all hesitate or not even respond. They don't necessarily want to be a part of those kinds of conversations. And so our work has been focused on creating venues where you can bring those experts together globally to work on these kinds of issues and find really the trust that's necessary to engage with one another, at both the technical and the policy levels. Exchange ideas, drive new ways of thinking, come up with a lot of the creative ideas that Heather was talking about, that is so important to understanding the future of arms control, understanding the future of what could be confidence building measures, for instance, in the AI domain. So Francesca, to your question, some of our initiatives in this space have focused on bringing those two worlds together, thinking about, for instance, how AI is impacting strategic stability, thinking about how machine learning may influence nuclear command control and communications and decision support systems. And then thinking also, as some of you have spoken with us about, thinking about options, technical options that are available to us, like the Catalink system, to help reduce nuclear risk and give leaders crisis communications capabilities. So these are efforts that require, from our perspective, really going out of our way to meet these technical experts where they are. That's in large part why we're based in the Bay Area. I think it's an incredible imperative for us to engage those communities as we do this research. And it's great to be a part of this discussion, be a part of this network, and look forward to your further questions, Francesca.
Thank you so much. Phil, I have one question for you, and then I'm sure others will have. But you told me often that you think what is missing in this specific nuclear age is, as you said also before, the technical leadership that understood both the technology and the policy part, right? I mean, I think Matt is an example, Matt Bunn is an example of both worlds, but we don't have many. So what needs to happen, right, to build that leadership?
So I'll give you an example. As part of one of the initiatives that we have underway was a recent workshop that we were able to pull together that involved the State Department, the White House, the Defense Department, and really the cutting edge leaders in developing machine learning capabilities that are based out here in the Bay Area. Those are, as I was mentioning, those are folks that may hesitate when you broach the idea of nuclear weapons and machine learning, but they also don't know that these dialogues exist. They also don't know that there's actually an opportunity for them to engage with policymakers at the State Department or at DoD or at the White House who may be involved in confidence building measures negotiations at the UN or with bilateral counterparts. And so we have to meet them where they're at. We have to speak their language. We have to find the right people and create these venues where they actually feel comfortable to come in and feel like they're going to positively impact the trajectory of those discussions. What we have found in these engagements, and again, I look back at the 50s and 60s and think about, and some of them again are on this call, think about the powerful insights that were provided by the engineers and the physicists and those who are actually building the weapons and thinking about the command and control systems that were necessary. They shaped the policy outcomes in huge ways. That is where we're going right now in terms of cyber, in terms of artificial intelligence. And if those technical experts are not in the research discussion, you're missing a huge part of the end state that you're trying to drive toward. And so that's really, at the end of the day, you have to find them, you have to bring them to the table, you have to convince them that it's worth their time, energy, and effort. Again, from our experience, they're interested. They just need to be engaged and be brought in.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Phil. We might have other questions for you. All right. Let me then spotlight the third speaker and the initiative that we hope we can build partnership with, and it's Shetty from the Asia Pacific Leadership Network. And as we said also this morning, there are many networks in this nuclear field, and we just want to make sure that we really build lots of synergies with many who have done fantastic work in building networks before ours. And so Shatabhisha is leading, I would say, one of probably the most authoritative, right?
Have we got Shatabhisha?
Yeah.
I'm here, yes, but I'm not allowed to turn my my video on.
And by the way, it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning for you, Shatabhisha. So I know, thank you so much for staying up. Shatabhisha is leading one of the largest and most authoritative networks in the Asia Pacific, and is composed of former officials, diplomats, experts. So could you give us a sense of what Asia Pacific Leadership Network does? You can also speak of the sister institution. You are one of the founders also of the European Leadership Network, and just your experience about this network and impact it has on policy.
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Thank you, Francesca, and thank you to the Belfer Centre and the Project on Managing the Atom for leading this initiative, and to the MacArthur Foundation for your support, and many congratulations for launching this important and timely research network. As a reminder, my name is Shatabhisha Shetty. I am the Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Leadership Network for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, or APLN for short. We are a not-for-profit organization registered in Seoul, South Korea, with a network of over 120 retired, serving, and emerging political, military, diplomatic, and thought leaders from 18 countries right across the Asia Pacific region, including Japan, Pakistan, New Zealand, Indonesia, Australia, India, Vietnam, South Korea, and many more. Our work is focused on addressing regional defense and security challenges that have a global impact, with a particular focus on reducing and eliminating nuclear weapons risks. Our research work includes assessing and addressing nuclear and military competition across the Asia Pacific, including exploring and promoting creative pathways to a long-term resolution of the North Korean nuclear challenge, as well as assessing the US-China competition and confrontation, applying an Asian lens to these issues and promoting Asian perspectives and analysis. So our aim is really to raise the level of the Asia-Pacific contribution to global security debates to ensure that the diversity of voices from our region are more effectively heard so that collectively we can meaningfully tackle existential threats. We work by generating policy recommendations, which are informed by the knowledge and the experience of our members, as well as experts and scholars in the region. And we offer a platform for Asian dialogues on global issues. So we really hope to play a useful role in connecting organizations and individuals from the Asia Pacific to the activities of this research network. And why should we really care about Asia Pacific in the context of nuclear deterrence thinking? Well, it's home to over 4 billion people, so more than half of the global population. And we have 6 of the world's 9 nuclear armed states: China, India, North Korea, and Pakistan, as well as the US and Russia as Pacific powers. So the region is made up of a complex matrix of nuclear deterrence relationships with intersecting elements of cooperation and conflict, expanding nuclear stockpiles and conventional weaponry, advanced and ambitious space programs, nuclear and non-nuclear entanglement, territorial claims, the risk of nuclear terrorism, and asymmetries in perceptions and capabilities. So this combination makes the Asia Pacific indispensable to work on examining 21st century nuclear deterrence. So this deterrence network should aim to map the contours of these complex dynamics of this region by connecting with and tuning into current academic and policy discussions. This could include assessing the implications and repercussions of new alliance relationships and security partnerships, looking back and really understanding historical decision-making and nuclear crisis points, looking forward and evaluating the impact of new technologies, and importantly, assessing how and why alternatives to nuclear deterrence can be pursued. So a collaborative global initiative such as this deterrence network has a vital role to play at this crucial time in broadening the policy dialogue on nuclear deterrence and disarmament. So we're really honored to be part of this network, or hope to be part of this network, and we're committed to the necessary collaboration needed to advance the fundamental policy changes that serve our common interests and common humanity. And with that, I'll stop.
Thank you so much. Shatabhisha, you and I have talked a lot about how nuclear deterrence, despite what you just said, that the Asia Pacific is probably the most consequential region when it comes to nuclear deterrence and nuclear weapons, right? You and I have talked often about the fact that scholarship on nuclear deterrence remains very much Western driven, almost American dominated. And when we talk about nuclear crises that have shaped nuclear deterrence thinking, we talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. But you had a very important observation that is, well, look, that might have been the case in the Western context, but there are other crises that have shaped the Asia Pacific thinking to either rely on nuclear weapons or instead move away from nuclear weapons. So I wanted to ask you, how do you think we can work together to make sure that the non-Western perspective on security and nuclear deterrence really gets the attention it deserves across the globe, and not only in your region or in our region?
Well, the importance of the Asia Pacific region to this work really necessitates a kind of rigorous investigation into the theoretical, the practical, the political underpinnings that inform deterrence policies, alliance relationships, and strategic competition across the region and globally. So these are global challenges, and it behooves us to explore the changes in contemporary deterrence thinking and decision-making, not only in Western policy circles, but also across other parts of the world, including Asia. We need to understand how different constituencies across the Asia Pacific think about nuclear weapons and deterrence, as well as disarmament. This could be done by connecting with university and research institutions in our region, by surveying historical and contemporary research work, particularly work that may not be available in English. We can build on these connections to examine Asia-centric deterrence thinking and how and why this is evolving in different states and sub-regions, how it intersects with Western deterrence strategies, and the impact of changes to great power relations, including the US-China strategic competition. So we really should aim to try and capture how academic thought and policy making has evolved over time, and be committed to bridging the gap between the West and East security discourses. So this ambition hopefully can and will be achieved by exposing expert and academic research and perspectives from across the Asia Pacific to Western audiences and vice versa through this initiative, through inclusive collaboration, which has been very much stressed this morning. And I believe that this deterrence network could function as a force multiplier, enabling this cross-fertilization of ideas and perspectives and analysis between different communities, very much embracing and adopting a collaborative approach at the outset will help this effort. Inviting Asian participants to help shape dialogues, to share material on their research, and identify which issues should be prioritized. So this will help to hopefully reduce the barriers to constructive engagement, help cultivate innovative ideas, more inclusive collaboration, encourage a greater diversity of voices into these discussions, and contribute to this pool of knowledge by injecting other thinking, Asia-centered thinking as well, into the debates, which have tended to be heavily influenced by Western perspectives. And finally, hopefully help to create a sense of shared ownership and responsibility for these activities and outcomes. And in doing so, help to create a global epistemic community that better understands and engages with differing perspectives and interests and analysis, and hopefully help to break us out of the stasis that we have in current nuclear deterrence debates.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Shaten. Thanks also for staying up so late. Really appreciate it. All right. Last but not least, I want to spotlight our last wonderful initiative. Again, an initiative that we hope we can build on or create synergies with. And we wanted to showcase an initiative launched by the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, who had an academy I had the privilege to work for 5 years. As you know, the academy was the house of one of the most important and influential working group in 1960 that will lead to this very famous Daedalus issue on arms control. President Kennedy referred to it as the Bible of arms control. But today, the Academy is engaged in another really very interesting and very ambitious initiative. And we have here Steve Miller, who doesn't need any introduction, to speak a little bit about the initiative and how this initiative might build or create synergies with the network. Steve, over to you.
Sure. Well, thank you, Francesca. I am, in fact, part of the home team, so I'm in a kind of odd role here. But it's my privilege to represent the American Academy and its Committee on International Security Studies for the purposes of this gathering. As Francesca mentioned, the Academy has been connected to nuclear issues for 6+ decades. And out of the famous arms control project that led to the early publications that founded modern arms control as a viable policy instrument came something which is now called the Committee on International Security Studies. And nuclear issues have been the single most prominent continuous thread in the work of that committee from then until now. And if you go back and look, it's not all that the Academy does, but it's a large proportion of what the Academy has done in the security studies area. In recent years, we've done a number of major nuclear related projects. One was called the Global Nuclear Future, which Francesca was the honcho of, and Scott Sagan and Bob Rosner from the University of Chicago and I were the directors of. That was a project that tried to engage so-called nuclear newcomers, reflecting growing global interest in nuclear power. So this was on the power side. But the idea was that we had a Western non-proliferation community. We needed a global non-proliferation community. And we had parties who were aspiring to join the club of nuclear technology. And our goal was to try and reach out to those people, to draw them into the community of nuclear experts, and above all, to promote prudent custodianship of nuclear assets, to focus on safety, security, and non-proliferation resistance as core criteria for thinking about joining the nuclear power club. We did work with the Emirates, with Turkey, with Indonesia, with Vietnam, a number of states that had serious appetites for things nuclear, where serious means signed contracts and large sums of money spent trying to acquire nuclear power. We've had a project headed by Vipin Narang and Scott Sagan on basically new nuclear states in a new nuclear era. This is the project that Heather contributed to and mentioned earlier. And the idea here was to take a look at the new nuclear armed states, or the newer ones, and to notice that the dynamics that exist in those settings may not replicate those that existed in the Soviet American, Russian American context, and to ask what are the particularities, the particular worries and dangers, but also what are the features of the new nuclear age in terms of technology and so on that might further complicate how deterrence mechanisms work in South Asia or Northeast Asia or other places where we may see nuclearization of regions. We've also had a project headed by Bob Legwold, formerly of Columbia, on basically the changing global nuclear order, project in which I was actively involved, which tried to compare sort of where we started in 1991 and where we are in 2022, and to ask what has changed, how does it look, where are we headed, do we like where we're headed, and if not, what can we do to improve things. And it actually is a stunning and disheartening exercise to compare the hopes and realities of 1991 with the collapse of arms control, the decay of political relationships, the corrosive effects of advancing technologies that's created a new kind of Hungarian goulash of nuclear troubles that we're now all trying to struggle with. So that I've just described about 15 years of academy work in one brief paragraph. But my main purpose here is to describe an established and ongoing project. It's funded by the Frankel Foundation of Chicago, which is a nuclear dialogue and outreach project. I happen to be the project director of this particular exercise over at the Academy. The dialogue part is aimed at sustained engagement with Russian and Chinese colleagues on the nuclear agenda. And the notion was to try in ways that mimic the early engagements between the Soviet Union and the United States, to have iterative discussions with nuclear elites in both countries, to try and establish a common nomenclature, to try and create a shared sense of the agenda, to try and identify areas of common interest. In the Soviet American context, the first Pugwash meeting happened in 1957, and the first agreement was in 1972. It took years and years of painstaking effort, discussion, persuasion to arrive at a moment where there was enough overlap in the mentalities of the two sides that agreement became possible. So it really takes a serious commitment, I think, to make substantial progress. The aspiration of the Frankel Foundation was to launch two parallel initiatives, China and Russia, and hope to converge them so that we could begin to have triangular discussions. Both the Russians and the Chinese, each for their own reasons, are reluctant to engage in this triangular kind of dynamic. But nevertheless, we were hopeful that across time we could create enough camaraderie and comity among our groups that we could start having triangular meetings. We'd had several meetings with our Russian colleagues, and one very successful first meeting in Shanghai just before the pandemic hit. This project obviously has been substantially inhibited by the pandemic and inability to get together. We've had, of course, some Zoom conversations, but I think everyone realizes by now it's just not the same. Matt, I think, has similar experiences. This is another one of those domains that in the aftermath of Ukraine, I think has become both more difficult and more important. We have a near total collapse of official discussion and dialogue. This means that whatever interaction we're going to have with our Russian friends and colleagues is going to be happening in the track 1.5, track 2 exercise. And so basically, we have pandemics and politics, and between the two of them, this project has grown more challenging, I think. The other half of this project is outreach, but outreach aimed at Congress, particularly at congressional staff, trying to heighten nuclear issues on their agendas, trying to provide them with background and education, trying to position the American Academy as a resource that these staffs can reach out to when they encounter issues. Up on the hill, you find these tiny little staffs who have to deal with everything, whatever comes down the pike. And often it's whatever their boss read in the Washington Post on the drive to work in the morning. And then they're asked to provide the talking points or figure out what the boss should say to position himself on issue A or B. And so we're trying to establish in the minds of at least some of these people, the notion that the American Academy is a disinterested, apolitical, non-partisan group of experts that's happy to provide background on short notice. And if we don't ourselves have the expertise within our group, we certainly know those who would. So we've provided individual briefings for particular Senate and House offices. I personally have done about 24 of them. We occasionally organize panels. We did one just recently on US-China nuclear and broader relations in the aftermath of Ukraine. We did an earlier one, actually with Kevin Ryan, one of our former colleagues, did a fantastic briefing on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and disposition of the forces and so on. And we have coming up belatedly because of the pandemic, our first congressional boot camp, which is scheduled for the middle of June, where we're trying to gather a whole group of congressional staff and give them basically a day of briefings from experts. At any rate, to my mind, both of these exercises, the dialogue side and the outreach side, represent venues within which the findings of the network can be presented. And it's sort of inherently compatible with what Matt described as the policy track of the network, because that's what we're trying to do, is kind of forge these connections. And so when there are findings, we've already talked to Scott about, Scott Sagan about using some of this established framework for promoting his and Vipin's book. But that's just a sort of sample of how we might proceed down the road. So as the network produces findings and results and recommendations, this is one of the contexts within which we can try to disseminate, and also not just disseminate, but disseminate in the direction of those engaged with policy. I think that's enough.
I wanted to open the floor for questions. Matt, tell me if people are raising their hands, but
can I make just
please,
one comment before
please.
we do? I just wanted to say these four are a selection of the many groups and researchers and practitioners and organizations working on these kinds of topics. They are not intended as the only ones that this network might engage with, but they are all important potential colleagues, and there are many other potential important colleagues out there.
Wonderful. All right, so I have a question for Steve, and then we'll see if somebody else has a question for the four speakers. Steve, I wanted to ask you, there is a tendency of being particularly pessimistic today, right? We know, I mean, given the circumstance, but you have told me often, We have gone through many crises, right? This field has seen many, many crises. Is there something that makes you feeling optimistic today? Do you feel like, look, we have been there before, we didn't blow up the world, we can survive today?
Well, I'm not sure I would use the word optimistic. But as a kind of career-long arms control wonk, one of the things you notice is that the Cuban Missile Crisis produced the Hotline Agreement. And in fact, it was the first serious discussion between, arms control discussion between the Soviet Union and the United States. The Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia derailed the incipient strategic arms control talks in 1968. By 1972, we had SALT I. In 1979, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan destroyed the SALT II agreement. That was literally 7 years of arduous, painstaking negotiation down the toilet, right? Overnight. It became impossible to ratify under the circumstances. Yet within a few years, we were in discussions, and by 1987, we had the INF agreement, and it was not the permanent end of arms control. And there are other contextual factors which are interesting. You know, in Nixon and Kissinger launched the SALT process, the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, in 1969. The Soviet Union was the principal arms provider for Vietnam. 51,000 American kids came home dead. There were published reports in the New York Times that Soviet pilots were flying air combat missions over North Vietnam. We were losing this war. And we still negotiated with the Soviet Union, and we still reached an agreement. And so I think that I draw at least a couple of conclusions. One is that these low moments often bring us face to face with our worst fears. And this produces, in due time, a kind of excuse me, swing back in the other direction. People realize, you know, we really were on thin ice there. Something really awful really could have happened there. It really is sensible and in our interest to have guidelines and guardrails in place that protect us from the worst possible outcomes, right? And we do occasionally, as the Vietnam War example, I think illustrates, we do occasionally have the capacity to accept the proposition that arms control is a mechanism for managing our relations with hostile powers. And that the fact of enmity is not the reason not to do arms control, it's the reason why we should seek arms control, right? The worse the relations are, the more valuable the arms control is, right? Now, in our body politic, that's a proposition that isn't easy to digest, but every once in a while, it manages to sustain what I call a game-winning coalition that makes arms control possible. So those are my grounds for not being. But it also, I would say, one last thing, which is we have these occasional interstices in time when arms control is possible. But whether we're able to exploit those windows of opportunity depends on whether we've used the intervals to generate the agenda, to examine the proposals, to keep the process alive, to nurture what a political scientist would call the epistemic community, the arms control crowd, so that we're able to capitalize on those moments that are more propitious for arms control. And if we let it all wither, when the time is ripe, we don't necessarily have the capacity to move with the agility that enables us to exploit the opportunity.
Thank you. Shatabhisha, I think Shatabhisha has a question, and then Joan. Shatabhisha, over to you.
No, I think it was Joan who had her hand up.
Oh, Joan.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to build on what Steve just said, and Steve, that sounded remarkably optimistic to me. But in addition to the excellent recitation of the history and these moments where we've been in periods of deep crisis or challenge and those spurred innovation in the space, I see some other external dynamics that make me feel very encouraged. I don't know if I quite get to I think I would use the word optimistic, actually, even in these dark days. One is that what I will call the crisis of the field, all of the pressure that we're under as a field right now is producing more collaboration. And I think we're at the beginning of what I hope is going to be a generational period of innovation. Secondly, there is really significant public desire for a different, better world. NTI has recently completed 2 rounds of fairly extensive research to better understand how the American public is thinking about catastrophes and nuclear threats in particular. And we're measuring 75% solidly, even somewhat more than that, of the American public would like to live in a world without nuclear threats, including a world where the US no longer maintains a nuclear arsenal. The challenge is helping them understand how we can get to that eventual destination. And the third piece I would just cite is that there's a rapidly growing movement called effective altruism that is focused on these long-termist challenges with the aim of really trying to build a new architecture that can preserve the world for the future of humanity. Nuclear is one of the big challenges. There's also the challenge of climate and biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and this growing understanding that we need a completely different toolkit for preserving the future of humanity in light of these fast-moving technological challenges. I think all of these movements and trends bode really well for the work we're trying to do here. So I will end by saying I'm optimistic that we're at a period where we can get some real work done.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you, John. Matt.
So I just wanted to add a little bit to Joan's recitation of these challenges. I think, there are a variety of people who are now thinking, I think, more seriously about sort of the existential risks to human civilization, of which nuclear war is only one. But let me just offer a conceptual thought that to me guides sort of my thinking about this network a little bit. If mathematically, if you had the same probability of nuclear war every year, even if it was a very small probability, eventually that would add to 100%. The only way you can avoid nuclear war is either by, at some point, cutting off the addition, so you don't have that risk anymore, or mathematically, if the risk is declining every year, then even if you continue indefinitely, it doesn't necessarily add to 100%. So it seems to me the thinking needs to be about how do we get this risk to decline, and then how do we figure out how to end that risk eventually.
Yeah. All right. I think we've done a lot of work today covering lots of very big topics. I think what the event wanted also to show is we are actually building on really the other giants' work in this field. This is not the first network. It's not going to be the last. But what I think we want to do really here is to offer a platform to this community in a moment that might open some real possibilities because of the risks that are so high. And we hope really that we can seize the moment and do some great work together in a very collaborative manner. We will resume in 15 minutes with the keynote by Professor John Holdren. I hope you can stay with us and join us for the next session. In the meantime, I really want to thank the co-chairs and the speakers of this last session, Shatabhisha, Steve, John, and Philip, for offering us a great overview of some of the key initiatives. Thank you very much and see you soon.
International Council of Pugwash. John was in that position when Pugwash won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1995 and was able to deliver the Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech on Pugwash's behalf. He's been engaged in a wide range of issues related to nuclear weapons, nuclear energy, arms control over all this period, including playing an important role on nuclear weapons and arms control during the Obama administration when he was serving as science advisor. So I'm not going to use up any more of John's time. Let me turn it over to him for this keynote presentation for our research network launch. Thank you, John.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. I think we're still having some trouble with the screen. But let me tell you what's about to be on the screen, I hope, which is just an outline of my talk. There it is. Nope, that's a title page. We're looking for the next slide now, I hope. But in any case, this is going to be a set of reflections on my nearly 50 years of engagement with nuclear weapon issues. In fact, if you count my starting at the Lawrence Livermore Weapons Lab in 1970, it's more than 50 years. That's when I got my first Q clearance and had my first exposure to nuclear weapon design. But I really only got engaged, as you'll see in a minute, in international discussions of nuclear weapon issues in 1973. So you can read faster than I can talk, so I won't read you what's on this slide, but it summarizes the topics I'm going to hit quickly in the course of these remarks. And you can just leave that slide up there, Matt, and I'll just talk for the rest of the time. But let me start with the Pugwash conferences and a little background before I had anything to do with them. The Pugwash conferences were initiated by a manifesto signed by Bertrand Russell, British philosopher and mathematician, and Albert Einstein just before Einstein died, 1955. The manifesto, which followed the advent of both US and Soviet thermonuclear weapons, called on scientists globally to meet in conference to discuss how to reduce the risks from that whole new level of nuclear danger that the thermonuclear explosions represented. The first meeting actually took place 2 years later in 1957. There were about 22 people there from a wide variety of countries, the United States, the Soviet Union, China, France, Australia, the UK, Poland. And the US participants included a number of names that many of you will have heard. One, our own Paul Doty, the late Paul Doty from the Kennedy School, who founded the what was then just the Center for Science and International Affairs, later became the Belfer Center. Victor Weisskopf, a great physicist, spent most of his career at MIT, but much involved in international engagement with the Soviets. Eugene Rabinowitch, who was founder in 1945 of both the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists and the Federation of American Scientists. Jeremy Stone, who led the Federation of American Scientists for many years. Joseph Rotblat, who was basically Bertrand Russell's associate and essentially took over from Bertrand Russell because of Russell's ill health and leading Pugwash really from the very beginning. Another attendee at the 57 meeting was Alexander Topshiev, who was the president of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. Zhou Peiyuan from China was at that meeting, the most senior scientist in China at the time, president of Beijing University, advisor to the leadership of China. And very interestingly, the KGB watchdog for the Russian delegation. It was always for a very long time a KGB watchdog anytime Russian scientists went outside the country. The KGB watchdog was a guy named Vladimir Pavlichenko, who will feature later in this story in a number of ways. I see Steve Miller smiling because He knows this history very well, for reasons I'll also mention later. Other participants in early meetings at Pugwash, which followed that initial meeting, included Harrison Brown, who was a geochemist and scientific statesman and my mentor from 1969 on. George Kistiakowsky, who designed the implosive lenses for the Nagasaki bomb and the Trinity bomb, for that matter, the first implosion bombs, very active member in Pugwash conferences over the years. Henry Kissinger was an early participant. Dick Garwin was a relatively early participant and has continued in a variety of the roles I'll be talking about for all the years since. Tom Schelling participated, doesn't probably need much introduction to this audience. Jerry Wiesner, who was President Kennedy's science advisor and figures also later in this talk. Peter Kapitsa, who was the most senior scientist in the Soviet Union at the time. Georgy Arbatov, who was the director of the Institute of the USA and Canada of the Soviet Academy, the chief US watcher in the Soviet Union, took part in a lot of Pugwash meetings. The format of these meetings was that they were held in private, no press present in the conversations. They were what I think most of us today would call track 1.5. Some people say track 2, but it was track 2 in the sense that participants supposedly took part as individuals, but the participants from the Soviet Union and China were very much chosen by their governments and reported to the governments. And some of them were in official positions in their governments at the time they participated. And so I call it track 1.5. But most of the participants in various ways from most of the countries involved, virtually all of the countries involved, reported to their government informally about what went on, what was discussed in the Pugwash conferences. The public statements were consensus statements by the Pugwash participants, later the Pugwash Council on behalf of all the participants, which would be released to the press at the end of the conference. Early influences of the Pugwash conferences, before I had anything to do with it, included doing science and technology groundwork supporting or enabling the 63 Partial Test Ban Treaty, the 1968 Non-Proliferation Treaty, the IEA safeguards were basically designed in Pugwash meetings, the 1972 ABM Treaty. A lot of the groundwork, the scientific and technical groundwork enabling that treaty was done in Pugwash meetings. My first Pugwash conference was in Finland in 1973. I was invited at the age of 29 as a gesture to continuity after 3 of the senior figures in Pugwash had died over the preceding 12 months. And they had this sudden attack of concern about continuity, and they invited exactly one token youth. And I was very fortunate that it was I. And that was because of Harrison Brown, who, as I mentioned, had been a mentor of mine since 1969. Major figure in Pugwash, and he got me invited. I only surmised this. He only admitted it to me on his deathbed that he had done it, but I knew he had done it. But the other people at that meeting that I met and got to know were Joseph Rohlfing, key figure in Pugwash over many decades. Peter Kapitsa, whom I've mentioned before. He and I actually became friends in spite of the fact that I was the youngest person at the meeting and he was the oldest. But somehow we hit it off over a variety of issues in nuclear matters. He had actually been one of Andrei Sakharov's mentors. And he told me over the course of several hours conversation in his room that he had tried to talk Sakharov out of working on the Soviet thermonuclear bomb. Peter Kapitsa himself had worked on the fission weapon, but he decided that he didn't want anything to do with weapons 1,000 times more powerful. And he tried but failed to talk Sakharov out of working on the Soviet thermonuclear weapon. And of course, Sakharov became the father, so-called, of the Soviet hydrogen bomb. I met there Hannes Rohlfing, who was particularly important to me because in addition to being for a time the president of Pugwash, he was the only Nobel laureate in physics to get that prize for work in theoretical plasma physics, which had been my field. George Rathjens, a leader in the US Pugwash group, Herb York, another one, Francesco Calogero, who from Italy, who later became the longtime Secretary General of Pugwash, Ruth Adams, who had been at the first meeting as assistant to Eugene Rabinowitz. He was very important in that early history. Ruth then became important herself, both as a Pugwash participant, but also as the editor-in-chief of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, and as you'll see, played a major role in establishing the peace program at the MacArthur Foundation. At that first meeting, in spite of the fact that it was my first, I found myself co-chairing one of the working groups. It was a working group on the radiological hazards of the nuclear fuel cycle. And I ended up co-chairing it. Rotblat met me at the plane, slightly taken aback since I was 29 and looked about 18, met me at the plane and said, Holdren, I really like your paper. I want you to co-convene this working group because one of the senior co-conveners has just taken ill. And it turned out my so-called partner in co-convening this workshop was a Czech who spoke absolutely not a word of English. And the Pugwash sessions are conducted in English. So I really, without any experience whatsoever, found myself chairing this workshop on hazards of the nuclear fuel cycle. And a very interesting feature of that particular workshop was that one of the participants was a gentleman named Slobodan Narkachenovich, who was the head of safeguards at the IAEA. And in the privacy of the Pugwash meeting, he explained to us that the IAEA safeguards were inadequate to detect nuclear diversion under all circumstances. And he explained in detail the circumstances under which the IAEA safeguards would not be adequate. So I was responsible for producing the working group report. I produced it. The working group report was approved by the members of that working group. When I presented it in front of the plenary session of the whole Pugwash meeting, a gentleman named Emilyanov, who had been one of the drafters of the IAEA safeguards, stood up in the audience and said, this lousy report is the reason we should never admit young, inexperienced, wet behind the ears individuals to Pugwash conferences. You can imagine the shade of red on my face as this very senior Russian in front of the entire Pugwash assembly said, people like me should never have been invited. And this report, which noted that IAEA safeguards wouldn't do the trick in all circumstances, and just enraging. And I was saved by the fact that Peter Kapitsa, an even older and more senior Russian scientist, stood up. He had been in the working group, and he said, Professor Holdren has reported completely accurately the findings of our working group. And Emiliano sat down. Subsequently, between 1974 and 1997, I attended another 73 Pugwash conferences, symposia, and workshops. I became close to Evgeny Velikov, the vice president of the Soviet Academy and the head of their nuclear fusion program, whom I'd first met in a nuclear fusion exchange at Livermore in 1971. Became even closer to Peter Kapitsa and his son Sergei Kapitsa, who was himself a big figure in science in Russia. He was sort of the Carl Sagan of Russian science, had a regular TV program explaining science to people and so on. Alexei Arbatov, the son of Georgy Arbatov, whom I'd met earlier. Alexei became a member of the Duma, even to this day, a senior figure in the analytical community around nuclear issues in Russia. Andrei Kokoshin, who became the deputy defense minister in Russia. General Vladimir Dvorkin, who was the head of the 4th Directorate in the Ministry of Defense, which was the directorate responsible for nuclear weapon strategy, planning, doctrine, and many other quite remarkable individuals from around the world. I became the chair of the U.S. Pugwash Group and a member of the International Pugwash Council in 1983, chair of the Pugwash Executive Committee in the late 1990s. Both those positions are now, by the way, held by our colleague Steve Miller, who has carried the flag very ably for U.S. participation in Pugwash in recent decades. Besides the deterrence focus in the annual conferences, and deterrence was always one of the focuses in the annual conferences, there were also a great many workshops focused on different aspects of deterrence. Particularly important was an 18 meeting sequence of workshops on nuclear forces held in Geneva from 1980 to 1989. Those workshops provided the underpinnings both for the INF negotiations and then for the implementation of the INF treaty. The participants in those meetings included Bob McNamara, General William Burns, who'd been head of ACTA the second Reagan term, and also had commanded nuclear weapons in Germany as an army officer in the early 1960s. A number of Soviet generals, including General Chervov, former chair of their Joint Chiefs. Very interesting German named Elmar Schmeling, who had previously been the head of German Army intelligence, who was a very interesting participant because, of course, negotiations on intermediate nuclear forces were very much entangled with other NATO issues. It was important to have key people from NATO there as well. And one Vladimir Pavlichenko, whom I mentioned as a KGB watchdog at the first Pugwash conference, was the messenger who flew back and forth between Geneva and Moscow with negotiating instructions too sensitive to entrust to electronic communications. And whenever he was in Geneva, he would take part in the workshops of the Pugwash Nuclear Forces Working Group. So he was a remarkable source of insight into what was going on in those meetings. But in addition to the formal meetings, we had a number of after-hours meetings with the two chief negotiators, Paul Nitsa and Yuri Kvitsitsky, in the private home of a Pugwash supporter who lived in Geneva. So we really had remarkable opportunities to engage with those negotiations in a number of ways. I'll mention one more item about Pugwash before going on. A spin-off from the 1986 Pugwash conference in Budapest. China had returned to Pugwash in 1985 after a long hiatus. They had split with the Soviet Union around 1960. They stayed out of Pugwash because the Soviets were so prominent in it. But in 1985, they came back. And in 1986, at the Budapest conference, the Chinese
We can't hear John.
What's that? They can't hear you. What's going on here?
We have a sound problem.
Yeah.
It's been fixed.
What?
Yes, it's back on now.
Okay, good. So the Federation was founded by Harrison Brown, Eugene Rabinowitz, and some other people, including Edward Teller, to lobby for civilian control of nuclear energy, successfully, as it turned out. Had a board heavily populated by Nobel laureates, and most of the same people at the same time were the founders of the Bulletin of the Atomic Sciences. The period of greatest expansion in the staff and focus was presided over one Jeremy Stone, whom I mentioned that I met at my first Pugwash meeting in 1973. The way the FAS worked, it had a full-time CEO and a small staff, and very much part-time chairs who were selected by the members from the academic community, rotating typically every 2 years. Jeremy Stone managed to get me named chairman for 1983 and 1984. And I'll mention just a couple of things about some of the things that happened at FAS while I was there. In that year, first of those years, 83, Jeremy Stone and I and the FAS space specialist named John Pike traveled to Moscow to meet over several days with Velikov, who was, among his other functions, the chief scientific advisor to the general secretary of the Communist Party, and the head of their space program, Rohlfing, who ultimately left the Soviet Union, came to the United States. But in any case, over the space of several days, we discussed all the then current arms control issues and talked about how to build collaborations between the United States and the Soviet Union on space, and interestingly enough, on energy efficiency. Velikov and I ended up out of that meeting setting up the first US-Soviet collaboration on energy efficiency, which was a lot of fun. We also, at that time, brought scientific papers and a calculator to Moscow to give to Elena Bonner, the wife of Sakharov, so that she could take them to him in his exile in Gorky. Jeremy Stone had known Sakharov and Elena Bonner for some years, and the FAS, one of its many behind-the-scenes functions was to supply materials to Sakharov that he couldn't otherwise get, which Elena Bonner would ferry from Moscow to Gorky. I ended up meeting Sakharov at the Pugwash conference in Sochi in 1988 after Gorbachev had released him from exile. And I had long arguments with him about a nuclear test ban. Sakharov, in spite of his many admirable qualities, didn't think we ought to ban nuclear testing. And we had many long arguments about that. I got him to come to the Pugwash conference in Cambridge the next year in 1989, where I was the host. The other interesting story I'll tell is that the FAS had great relations with the Chinese leadership, in substantial part because FAS, under Jeremy Stone's guidance as CEO, had been, for many years before the normalization of relations between the United States and China, Federation of American Scientists had been a very vocal support of normalization. Deng Xiaoping was so happy about that when he first visited Washington, D.C. after normalization, he demanded that his caravan stop at the FAS headquarters before they went anywhere else. And that good set of relations enabled me and Jeremy Stone to meet with Deng Xiaoping and with his chief science advisor, Yuan, and had an opportunity to talk about many issues between the United States and China, including nuclear weapons issues. One of the other things we did is we advocated for China to come back into Pugwash, which they did the following year. I'm pretty pleased about that as well. Let me talk now quickly about the MacArthur Foundation Peace Program. That program actually originated in the foundation losing an argument with the Internal Revenue Service. What happened in 1984 is the IRS made a ruling that the MacArthur Foundation's assets were considerably bigger than the foundation had declared. And the IRS therefore required that the foundation increase its funding in that year and thereafter by something north of $20 million a year because of the 5% rule. The foundations have to spend 5% of their corpus every year to remain foundations. And so the foundation had the problem, how are we going to spend $20 million in a hurry? And Jerry Wiesner, who was a member of the board, you've heard that name before now, Jerry Wiesner, who was a member of the board, persuaded his fellow board members that the $20+ million should be spent to create a new program on peace and international cooperation. How were they going to do that? Well, the first thing that Jerry Wiesner did is he hired Ruth Adams to be the staff director of the new program. Yeah, I mentioned Ruth was in the first Pugwash conference. The next thing they did is they formed an advisory panel to the board of 6 people. And the 6 people, they'll recognize some of these names. Some of you won't recognize all of them. Were Severin B. Aller, Catherine Kelleher, Ken Pruitt, Emma Rothschild, John Steinbrunner, and me. And that group of 6 met frantically over the ensuing months, and we designed the first MacArthur Foundation Peace and Cooperation Program. We met frequently with the board. There were many fractious discussions. There were a number of people on the board who didn't like it much, but Jerry Wiesner was the person on the board with the most knowledge of these matters. He was in a constant argument with Murray Gell-Mann, the great physicist who was also on the board. Gell-Mann wanted the peace program to be about everything peace related: population, environment, development. Jerry Wiesner wanted it to be focused on nuclear weapons, and Jerry won. And so the major focus initially was on trying to build interdisciplinary work on nuclear weapon issues, particularly by bringing in more historians, more sociologists, more economists to work on those issues alongside the physicists and engineers. The initial network, which was announced in February '85, was for $25 million. It funded 25 institutions. The largest grant, $750,000 a year, went to Berkeley, Columbia, Harvard, MIT, and Stanford. But there are many others who got smaller grants. In terms of my own role beyond that, that advisory committee that designed that program, I ended up being appointed to the MacArthur Foundation board in 1991 for the purpose of succeeding Jerry Wiesner as head on the board of the peace program, with Ruth Adams in her supporting role. I continued to head that program until I left the board in 2005. Kenneth Benedict, whom some of you know, succeeded Ruth Adams as the senior program officer for the peace program in the early 1990s. She served until 2005. Was followed, she served until the early 90s, and Kenneth Benedict succeeded her and served until 2005. Kenneth was followed in succession by a number of others, culminating today with Angela Schlater, who has been with us. There were then, through that period, a succession of incarnations of the peace program with slightly different titles. In 1994, the MacArthur Consortium on International Peace and Cooperation was established. Major funders: Stanford, University of Minnesota, University of Wisconsin. In 2004, an initiative called the Initiative in Science, Technology, and Security was announced. Federation of American Scientists, the Belfer Center at Harvard, MIT Security Studies Program, Princeton Program on Science and International Security, Center for Arms Control, Energy and Environment at the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology were all recipients. And I will finally mention that Pugwash was a grantee of the peace program continuously, basically from the 1990s. I did recuse myself from all of those board discussions, of course, but we all know that a board member recusing himself or herself does not necessarily eliminate the influence of their connections on what the rest of the board does. Let me talk now quickly about the National Academy of Sciences Committee on International Security and Arms Control. It was established as a standing committee of the National Academy in 1980, with Lynn Ruston as the staff director. Many of you have followed Lynn Ruston's remarkable career in arms control through many positions in government and now at the Nuclear Threat Initiative. The chair was Caltech's Merv Goldberger, and the initial members included Pete Panofsky of Stanford, Paul Doty from here, Dick Darwin, who I think is on the phone, Spurgeon Keeney, who had been the nuclear weapon advisor to President Truman, and now alas passed away. But that committee, CSAC, initiated regular in-person dialogues with the counterpart committee of the Soviet Academy. Did that initiated those conversations, those dialogues in 1981. They go on today. Today, by the way, Matt Bunn is on the committee and participates in those dialogues. Might be willing to tell you more about them at some point.
Tonight, we'll be having a meeting with the Chinese after the dinner, and I'm expecting that Hu Sidev will be one of the participants.
Well, I was just going to come to the Chinese. The interactions with the counterpart Chinese committee that Hu Sidev had set up began in 1988. They were under the auspices of something called COSTIN, the Chinese Commission on Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, very influential body in China, and it is the parent body of the Chinese counterpart group to our CSAC. CSAC reports produced prior to my joining the committee in 1991 included crisis management in the nuclear age in 1985, Reykjavik and beyond in 1988, challenges for the 1990s for arms control and international security in 1989, the future of the US-Soviet nuclear relationship in 1981. I succeeded Pete Panofsky as the chair of CSAC in 1994, served until 2005 when I was succeeded by Raymond Johnlow of UC Berkeley. He's still the chair of CSAC. But I was more fortunate than Raymond in one respect. I was fortunate to serve during a time of relatively good US-Russian and US-Chinese relations, which alas have in many respects gone downhill since, most conspicuously, obviously, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But I also benefited in that role from the longstanding relationships that I had had with key Russian and Chinese figures, Belikov, Vitaly Bolgonsky, Yuri Osipin, all three of those had been in the top science advisory council to the Soviet head state. Other people, Alexei Arbatov, Andrei Kokoshin, Hu Sidev were among those that I benefited because of the interactions I've had with Henry Pugwash and the Federation of American Scientists and EASA, which I haven't mentioned in the interest of time, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, but that was also engaged in collaboration with the Soviets on a variety of issues. A number of studies that were completed on my watch with some relevance to deterrence included the 2 volumes on managing the disposition of surplus weapon plutonium. That study, Matt Bunn served as the executive director and probably wrote more of the 2 reports than anybody else. Another one was technical issues related to the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty in 2002, monitoring nuclear explosives and nuclear explosive materials, published in 2005. But the one report that was really squarely focused, one CSAC report really squarely focused on deterrence issues, was one that came out in 1997 and was called The Future of U.S. Nuclear Weapon Policy. That study was chaired within CSAC by General Bill Burns, whom I mentioned commanded U.S. nuclear artillery in Germany in the 1960s, was act ahead in the Reagan second term, and also ambassador to the Safe and Secure Dismantlement talks in Russia after the Cold War ended. And major roles in the study were also played by Pete Panofsky, who had been in that project, by Dick Garwin, the designer of the first deliverable fusion weapon, by General George Lee Butler, who was the immediate past head of the U.S. Strategic Command, by Alan Narath, who was former head of the Sandia National Lab, and by a number of others. The recommendations of that report were quite wide-ranging. The report recommended successive deep cuts in U.S. nuclear forces while trying to entrain Russia in the same. They included inclusion of tactical nuclear weapons in reductions. They had been, up until that time, always excluded. They included taking nuclear forces off short reaction time alert, de-alerting, so-called. And they included seriously considering the United States making a declaration that the sole purpose of nuclear weapons was to deter others from using theirs. Thus, that would have amounted to abandoning the then and continuing U.S. policy that we will use nuclear weapons first if we think we need to. It also included, that report, the idea that the United States should seek to create the conditions for a global prohibition of nuclear weapons. That was certainly the most controversial of the recommendations. The study was briefed to the Joint Chiefs, to the NNSA, to the Weapon Lab, and more, to mixed but largely skeptical reviews, despite the credentials. of the authors. One might have thought that having a former head of the Strategic Command, former head of a national nuclear weapons lab, members of the Manhattan Project, the famous Dick Garwin and others would help us in that respect, but still most of the reviews were in various degrees skeptical. My own view is that that report, 25 years later, still deserves careful scrutiny, and certainly careful scrutiny in the context of this network, which we are here to launch. Let me mention a couple results of bilateral dialogues that CSAC had over the course of the 3 dialogues with Russia, China, and India. Virtually all of the key nuclear weapons issues got discussed. They're still being discussed, and being discussed, I would say, to mutual benefit, with interlocutors, many of whom are directly engaged in the nuclear weapon programs of their countries. Just to mention a couple specifics, Russian participants changed their positions on multiple aspects of plutonium management in the course of the CSAC interactions, laying the foundation for changes in the official Russian stance. The Chinese participants, including the head of arms control for the People's Liberation Army, the sitting head of arms control, were persuaded in a key meeting that we had with them on the draft comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty. They were persuaded to drop long-standing Chinese objections to the draft. And 2 weeks later, the Chinese government announced they would sign, and they did sign. The United States signed too, but of course that treaty was never ratified, to the embarrassment of a number of us. Nonetheless, it was signed, and it has been observed in spite of not being ratified. At least it's been observed as far as we know. With our Indian interlocutors, who included individuals high in their nuclear weapon program, we had particularly useful discussions on such sensitive points as command and control of nuclear weapons and permissive action links. Let me turn now to the Clinton administration. The Clinton administration, I had limited formal roles in relation to administration nuclear weapon policy. As a member of his Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, which is a part-time position in which the members, except for the President's Science Advisor, keep their day jobs outside of government, I was asked by Clinton to lead a 1994 study on the state of nuclear materials protection in the former Soviet Union. And of course, having worked so closely with Matt Bunn and others in the Academy on that topic, it's a huge asset in doing that. Matt served as the executive director of that study. This is called throwing the pass and then running down the field to catch it. After we briefed the president on that classified report, he issued orders that embraced 8 of its 9 recommendations. I won't tell you what the 9th was, but you can read about the 8 that were accepted in the unclassified testimony that Jack Gibbons and I gave before the Congress. Following a 1996 Clinton-Yeltsin summit, the 2 presidents of the United States and Russia decided that they wanted a bilateral commission, according to the 2 of them, to try to reconcile US and Russian policies on plutonium management. Clinton made me the chair on the US side, and Yeltsin made none other than Evgeny Velikov, at that time I had known for 25 years, the chair on the Russian side. And of course, Matt was my executive director of that work, and we got the Russians to change their positions on most of the important points, although of course, as those of you who follow this know, there has been almost complete backsliding since. Nonetheless, we thought it was a good job at the time. I had some unofficial roles. I regularly briefed the Deputy National Security Advisor and State Department officials on the findings of Pugwash and CSAC meetings and studies. I got a Pugwash paper on the comprehensive test ban treaty into the hands of Jack Gibbons. He told me, he's now passed away, that this helped him persuade President Clinton to sign the CTBT, that Pugwash report. I also presented a copy of the CSAC 1997 report, which I've mentioned, on the future of US nuclear weapon policy to President Clinton, and I discussed it with him after he read it. I'm not going to tell you what he said. In the Obama administration, as Obama science advisor, I had much more access to top-level arguments about nuclear weapon issues and strategy than I had in the Clinton administration. That doesn't mean I had a lot more influence, but I had a lot more access. I took part in the meetings of the National Security Council on those topics whenever science and technology aspects were thought to be of interest. that was much of the time. Those meetings were, of course, always classified. They were often contentious and not allowed to divulge details. Certainly not anything about who said what in those meetings. And that, of course, applies even more to the private conversations I had on that topic with President Obama. But I want to make just a few comments on what did and didn't get done on nuclear weapon issues under Obama. Most people would start that discussion with the famous Prague speech in April of 2009, which was really one of the reasons that Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize. He made many promises and commitments in that speech. Like most American presidents before him, he said the United States is committed ultimately to a world without nuclear weapons, but he didn't say when that might be achieved. He noted it would probably not be in his lifetime. But he made a lot of quite specific promises. He's promised to reduce the role of nuclear weapons in our nuclear strategy and urge others to do the same. Promised to strengthen the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Promised, said that he would lead an international effort to secure all vulnerable nuclear material around the world within 4 years. And he had some success, maybe more than he generally gets credit for. The New START Treaty was signed in April 2010, calling for a 1/3 reduction in deployed strategic warheads. Nuclear Posture Review, April 2010, strengthened the so-called negative security assurances by saying that the United States will not use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapon states in compliance with their nuclear non-proliferation obligations. Declared that all land-based ICBMs would be demerged, no longer be outfitted with multiple independent reentry vehicles, and also declared that no new nuclear warheads would be developed. Again, that was the 2010 nuclear posture. On nuclear materials, nuclear materials protection summits were held in 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016. On Obama's watch, 4,000 kilograms of HEU got removed from various countries. All of the HEU got removed from 33 countries. And of course, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran was agreed. But there were big shortfalls. The New START Treaty, in my judgment, was weakened by the fact that getting it ratified by the US Senate required making pledges to modernize our nuclear forces and not to limit ballistic missile defense. We failed to begin follow-on negotiations with Russia on deeper reductions. The 2010 Nuclear Posture Review called for the retention of tactical nuclear weapons, US tactical nuclear weapons in Europe, called for retention of the short reaction time alert of our nuclear forces, and it rejected explicitly the sole purpose, no first use idea. In addition, the Obama administration failed to make progress on ratification of the CTBT, still not ratified, and failed to negotiate a fissile material cutoff treaty. Throughout the Obama administration, and very intensively at the end, there was discussion of adopting a position of no first use of nuclear weapons by the United States. But ultimately, that discussion was deferred to be continued later under what was assumed to be a Hillary Clinton administration. We all know that's not the way it turned out. Of course, it was a dead letter in the Trump administration. Let me now turn very quickly to the second to the last item on the list, the Nuclear Threat Initiative. The Nuclear Threat Initiative is an independent, nonprofit global security organization established in 2001 or 2000 actually, under the leadership of Sam Nunn and Ted Turner. Its very distinguished international board has on it scientists, political figures, former diplomats, former military leaders, philanthropists, business people from multiple countries, including both Russia and China. Its primary focuses from the beginning have been safe and secure dismantlement of nuclear forces made surplus by the end of the Cold War, nuclear materials protection, control, and accounting, and further possibilities for reducing the risks from nuclear as well as chemical and biological weapons. My role there is very recent. Following the end of the Obama administration, MIT's Ernie Moniz, who had been Secretary of Energy in the second Obama term, took on the role of CEO of NTI. And shortly thereafter, he recruited me to be the chair of NTI's Science and Technology Advisory Group. In my time in that role, that group has been doing its best to support Ernie, the NTI president, John Rohlfing, and the rest of NTI's very, very talented staff as they grapple with a weapon of mass destruction landscape that, as we all know, has been evolving rapidly under the combination of science and technology developments and political developments. So let me turn finally to a few reflections relevant to the task of rethinking deterrence now. Basically, what I can conclude from these experiences of mine over now basically 5 decades that might inform the work, in particular of the new network on rethinking deterrence that we're launching today. First, we have to admit, we have no choice but to admit that Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has created a difficult new reality, complicating the landscape for deterrence and, for that matter, the landscape for nuclear non-proliferation. Second, new thinking is needed even more than imagined when this new MacArthur-funded network was conceived. Refashioning deterrence in this new environment is going to require more creativity, more interdisciplinarity, and more comprehensive networking than we thought before. Third, not everything has changed. Some of the dynamics with which deterrence has always struggled to cope are still operative. And I think everybody who proposes to think about deterrence anew needs to begin by reviewing what was thought and written about deterrence in the past. Fourth, translating good ideas into policymaker understanding and commitment, not just nationally, but also internationally, is even harder than developing the ideas in the first place. Track 1.5 and track 2 dialogues have often been helpful in this respect in the past, and I think that's likely to be at least as true in the future. Fifth, those kinds of dialogues tend to be more successful when relationships of trust and respect among at least some of those participating already exist. Prior collaborative work on nuclear weapon issues is helpful in that respect, but so also is prior collaborative work on other issues: basic science, energy, environment, space exploration, public health, technology for development. You never know when folks who've been active in those domains will suddenly find themselves propelled into positions in government, in their respective governments, related to nuclear weapons. Sixth, all of these kinds of collaborations between Americans and both Russians and Chinese have become more difficult for reasons we all are familiar with. But we have to find ways to maintain such collaborations in at least some areas of endeavor. Because failing to do that, failing to have those collaborations with Russians and Chinese going forward will imperil not only the progress in the fields of collaboration, but will also imperil the development of relationships of trust and respect that in unpredictable ways can end up helping in national security matters. Seventh, continuity in these efforts makes it essential that opportunities be expanded for participation by and the mentorship of younger participants. Essentially everything that I've been able to do on international security and arms control followed from Harrison Brown getting me into the 1973 Daniel Pugwash Conference. All of it followed from that. Eighth, collaboration to share ideas and contacts and to promote specific initiatives is important, not only within a network like the one we're creating on Rethinking Deterrence, but also with organizations that are not formally part of the organization but have similar goals. Having so many of the same people involved over the years simultaneously or sequentially in Pugwash, the Federation of American Scientists, the MacArthur Network, CSAC, NTI, and in and out of positions in government has been very helpful in that respect. And again, this is going to be true going forward. Finally, rethinking deterrence and then getting the new thinking embedded in national security policies and practices is going to be really hard. I wish all of us in this new network and everybody who will be struggling with the challenge going forward the best of luck. Thank you.
All right, we have a few minutes for questions and answers. Thank you so much, John, for that amazing tour of an amazing career. If I could just start off by asking for young people today who might be going to their first such meeting or whatever, do you have any sort of words of advice as to how to build their careers working on these topics going forward?
First, don't miss an opportunity to work with more senior people in this domain who have had some success at it and pick their brains relentlessly. That's what I did at the beginning of my career. I had some great opportunities to meet with a lot of senior people and I picked their brains relentlessly. The second is don't miss any opportunity to join any sort of governmental or non-governmental committee dealing with these issues, even if you're asked to sharpen the pencils, as I was at one of the first National Academy of Sciences meetings I ever attended. I was assumed by the other participants when I entered the room that I must be an assistant and was asked to sharpen the pencils. My reaction to that, by the way, was to sharpen the pencils. And when at its first meeting, members of the committee were introduced, the senior gentleman who told me to sharpen the pencils turned completely red. But again, these opportunities to serve on committees, however junior you might be at the time, if you work hard, if you do your homework, if you come to the meeting, the best prepared person there, because you've read all the stuff, and a lot of the senior people won't have done so, you're going to rise fast in terms of the opportunities you're going to get to participate in important discussions on these matters. The third thing I will say just very quickly is please keep in mind that these kinds of roles are not confined to political scientists or physicists or engineers, economists, sociologists, historians, anthropologists. All of those insights are going to be important as we struggle with these issues going forward. I already noted that we're going to need more interdisciplinarity than ever before. There is a role for all backgrounds, law, business administration. There is room for all backgrounds in this debate. So don't think, whatever your background is, that there's not a role for you.
Francesca.
John, thank you so much. Wow, what an incredible career.
Let me ask one question. Did you put the last slide up there? Yeah, it was up. So the last slide, my third slide, is just a list of references with links that some of you might find interesting to look at if you haven't already. I guess Matt Parent is going to get it back up there.
Post these slides afterward on the Managing Atoms page and eventually on the network page.
I have two interrelated questions, and I wanted to take you back to this 1997 report on the future of US nuclear weapons policy. Out of all the recommendations you've worked on, right? If you had to pick one where you think today, this is it, let's put our political capital into this. We can't do everything, but maybe we should do one.
That is really hard. I think I would probably pick de-alerting, getting off of short reaction time alert. That's something that's doable. It doesn't weaken the U.S. deterrent in any significant way. Our forces are survivable. We don't have to fire on warning. We don't have to fire on very short notice. There are other things that I would rank fairly highly. Bringing tactical nuclear weapons under the rubric would be another. I have long been an advocate of a no first use declaration, although that's a very heavy lift, obviously. I think we probably could have gotten there in the Hillary Clinton administration if other things had also not come down the toilet in the meantime, in terms of relations, particularly with Russia and China. But Those would be my top ones. You said you had a related question?
Yeah, and then I wanted to ask you a comment really that stuck with me. You said, in spite of the credibility of the authors of the report, right, the incredible expertise you guys brought to the table, it was mildly received or criticized. That makes me think it's really difficult to move the needle into a conversation that seems almost intractable. It doesn't matter the genius and the talent you bring to the table. So
that's true, by the way. I think I said so in one of my closing remarks, that it's one thing to develop the ideas, it's another to get them embraced by political leaders and embodied in action. That is really, really hard. And one of the ways that can be helpful is to engage the political leaders in the process as early as you can, either directly or through their advisors. Because when people are feeling engaged in the process of developing new approaches, they are much more likely to embrace what emerges than if a bunch of pointy-headed academics sit around, think up new approaches, and then try to sell them. And again, in virtually all of the organizations I've talked about, starting with Pugwash and ending with NTI, the Nuclear Threat Initiative, that is part of the mode of operation, is engaging policymakers early and often.
I would also say that, just to be a little more optimistic than Francesca's question, John's story included quite a number of cases where ideas did in fact get adopted. Pugwash's discussions leading to the anti-ballistic missile treaty and Pugwash's discussions leading to the development of IAEA safeguards. We've had a number of situations here at the Belfer Center where, it was here at the Belfer Center that the initial ideas that led to the Nunn-Lugar effort were hatched. It was here at the Belfer Center that the 4-year effort to lock down all the world's vulnerable nuclear material that was the main thing agreed to at the first nuclear security summit was conceived. It was here at the Belfer Center that the idea of let's clean out all the highly enriched uranium from these little places around the world that are totally vulnerable, that John mentioned 4,000 kilograms in the Obama administration was conceived. So these kinds of research efforts can in fact lead to policy outcomes that really make the world a safer place.
Well,
so
let me mention, consistent with our focus on the Kennedy School and the Belfer Center, that I'm honored that sitting in the back of the room is Professor Joan, who is a giant in the political science of international relations and nuclear weapon issues in particular, and non-proliferation within that. I'm almost embarrassed to be talking about some of these things in front of Joan, who is truly a giant and a huge resource at the Kennedy School and the Belfer Center on all of these issues. So I hope at some point you get Joan up here talking to the network.
And also,
a lot.
And also was one of the leaders of an earlier project very much along similar lines, the Avoiding Nuclear War project, which produced not only, I talked about sort of two main areas, sort of reducing nuclear dangers and then is there an alternative? And they produced major tomes on both of those topics. The Is There an Alternative tome, Fateful Visions, is definitely still worth a careful read today, as is the other. Yeah.
And while we're talking about senior statesmen, let me emphasize, if you didn't notice, that the last item on the reading list, on the reference list, is the Garwin Archive at the Federation of American Scientists. Garwin, as I mentioned, was an initial member of the CSAC committee when it was created in 1980. Garwin was participating in Pugwash conferences long before I was. He was an advisor on these matters to multiple presidents of the United States, and he's still going strong. He's still on CSAC. He's still, when I was Obama's science advisor.
I expect to see him tonight.
When I was Obama's science advisor, Dick Garwin remained an advisor to the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and he would come in from time to time, actually quite regularly. And we always save the toughest technical problem that none of the rest of us can solve for the day that Garwin was coming. Again, it's an honor that Dick is on the link, and I've learned a huge amount from him. I've also learned a huge amount from Joe. And the last thing I'll mention in this vein is, in case any of you don't know it, when I came to the Kennedy School in 1996, one of the first things I did was to hire Matt Bunn to lead the Managing the Atom project, which we invented at the time. That was one of the smarter things I ever did in my career. I had enormous success working with Matt in the National Academy, in the White House, but getting him here, I hired his wife at the same time, Jennifer Weeks, and they were a formidable pair. She's gone on to other things, but as you all know, Matt has built the Managing the Atom project into a raving success. And I'm enormously grateful for having had such superb senior colleagues, but also such superb junior colleagues. In spite of appearances, Matt is younger than I.
All right, on that note, I think while we have not exhausted the interest, we have exhausted the time. There is going to be food, or maybe there is already food out in the hallway. Or... Okay, all right. So I want to say thank you to everyone who's online for joining us. I look forward to talking with you more as this research network proceeds. And I want to say a special thanks to Francesca Giovannini and Matt Parent for the enormous amount of work that they put into organizing this event. Also, Rena Lorenzini, and of course, Angie Schlater from the MacArthur Foundation for inspiring and funding the establishment of this research network. So thank you, everyone. Sorry for going 5 minutes over, and we'll call it a day. Thank you.